Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 7 of What If Naruto was a member of the House of Gremory in high school. DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like and subscribe for more amazing content, and also go and support the author, link in description. Nyan tilde. Oh, it feels good to breathe in the country air again. Been so long since I could walk around here, I forgot how nice it tasted. The silky, sultry voice moaned as the woman stretched out her limbs on the large branch like a cat. The ears on her head twitched and the tip of 2 winding tails peeked out from the black material of her kimono. The older woman opened her eyes and looked down at her audience. She smiled. I'm serious, Sharon, you've grown into such a big girl. I mean, not as big as me obviously, but still glad to see you're healthy. Oni-sama. Kaneko softly murmured to herself as the shock of seeing the women above her again was still taking its toll on her. The older woman still looked beautiful, with flawless skin and a soft complexion that had lost the little fat it had the last time she had seen her to become lean and eye-catching. Her silky black hair had grown so long that it could have draped her back, but instead had been tied up in split bangs behind her head. Her body was cloaked in a large black kimono, but even with the baggy clothing her alluring form could be plainly seen. Her long legs peeked out from the slit of her clothes and the neckline was short enough to give her considerable cleavage air to breathe. Her bright yellow eyes peered into the rook's soul as she instinctively kept on guard. What are you doing here? Can't a kind, loving Oni-chan come to visit her adorable baby sister when she gets worried? Kuroka swung her legs over the side of the branch. Seriously, Sharon, it's been forever since I last saw you. Since you left me. So you can agree that it's been, like, forever and a half since we saw each other, nya. Aren't you even the littlest bit happy to see me again? Kaneko glared up at her older sister as the black cat tilted her head curiously with a smile. After a moment the younger devil finally spoke. I thought you would have been hunted or hurt after all these years. Kuroka smiled. I was, multiple times for both. But while I might be squishy, I'm also sturdy. I'm glad. Naya. She loves me. The older cat cheered as Kaneko frowned and shook in place with barely contained emotion. What are you doing here? Kaneko finally asked and broke her sister's laughing fit. Why did you come back here? You'll be killed on sight by every devil in the underworld. Oh, I know, but I just had to come back for you. The Nekomata waved off her sister's warning as she looked down at her with a smile. The thing is, Sharon, that I've kinda thrown my cap in with some strong players recently, nya. I'm gonna be on Valley's side for most of the fighting to come. Kaneko's eyes narrowed. See, if you already know him then you understand the shit about to go down. And if you do, then you know you're gonna get caught up in that shit really bad. And so I've finally come home to take you with me, and out of the shit like the sweet Oni-chan I am. What? I want you to come with me, Sharon. Kuroka smiled and offered her hand to her sister. I promise it'll be easier with us than on the side you are now. The Chaos Brigade has a bunch of really scary folks in its ranks, and they all have a beef with someone in that so-called alliance. So before things turn for the awful, I want you to come be with me. It'll be a lot of fun being together again, and I'll help you get a proper handle on your senjutsu powers. I can't. Kaneko shuddered in fright. Bucho. Rias Gremory has the security on her side, which pretty much basically confirms that they're gonna be in the worst of it soon enough. Another voice joined the conversation, this one much more masculine with a hint of mirth as he laughed. A figure emerged from behind the tree and caused the young devil to flinch in shock. The young man walked into the light and revealed his short, spiky brown hair and causal grin. His forehead was adorned with an ornament that circled his skull, and his armor looked like it had been plucked from the ancient Chinese battlefields. In his hand was a long golden staff that he spun between his fingers before placing over his shoulder. He stepped out and Kaneko moved back before he chuckled. Hey Kuroka, you said your little sister was cute, but I was expecting more of the doting, pining for her sibling type like Lefei. She seems like the spiteful, washes her hands of you the moment she turns 18 type. Hey Baiko, if someone wants to talk to you, they'll point in your direction and laugh. Other than that, shut the fuck up while I talk with Sharon. She doesn't seem like she wants to. Ha ha ha. Kuroka cackled and interrupted her comrade, pointing at him mockingly before wiping her eye. Sorry, you were saying. Baiko rolled his eyes. Anyway, little lady, your big sister came here to whisk you away from all the danger you might get caught up in while hanging around with Rias Gremory, and I'm here to make sure she gets her fat ass moving when she does so we don't get caught. My ass isn't. Kuroka bit her lip and took a deep breath to center herself before looking down at her sister. Come on Sharon, it's time to go. No. Kaneko shook her head. I can't just leave Bucho. I won't leave my peerage. Kuroka sighed. Sharon, your friends are going to die. Your king will be killed. And there isn't anything any of them can do to protect you in the battles to come. She opened her eyes again, and now they had such sharpness behind them that Kaneko felt a chill run up her back. I'm not going to let that happen. So you're coming with me, the choice is will you come willingly or not. Kaneko's heartbeat started to pound in her ears as her breathing became belabored. She wanted to run and escape, but she knew how quickly her sister would catch her, and that other fellow looked ready to grab her the moment she turned. She didn't want to leave with Kuroka and join whatever their cause was. She didn't want to leave her school. She didn't want to leave the Gremory house. She didn't want to leave her peerage. She didn't want to lose her friends. Kaneko almost froze in place. Hey, you! Kuroka's impatient voice broke through the fog in her mind. She looked up and found her older sister frowning and glaring not at her, but to the side. This is kind of a personal matter, NYA. Can you not interrupt? You could sense me. Were we not supposed to? Kinda. I thought I was hiding pretty well. Kaneko's eyes widened and she turned around to see Naruto stroll out still in his suit. Well, that's a damn shame. Senpai. Kaneko found her voice again and looked up in shock and horror as her fellow devil casually walked up to her side and inserted himself into the stressful situation. What are you doing here? I saw you were missing from the party and went looking for you. Thought you might still be feeling down after what happened and went to your room. Course then I look out the window and I see you making your way out to the forest, and then I finally notice these two. I'm disappointed in you Sharon. Can't believe you seriously didn't notice him following. Sharon. He looked down at his junior. Why does she keep calling you that? That was my name. Before I was taken in and given the name Kaneko Tuju. She's my big sister, Kuroka. And I'm Baiko. The staff-wielding man stated. Not that anyone asked but I felt left out. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, we gathered. Kuroka interrupted with a scowl and wave of her hand. Can you please fuck off while I'm talking to my sister? Hey. Hold on Kuroka, don't send him off just yet. The brunette flung his staff over his shoulder and ignored the Nekomata's angry huff as he stepped forward. You're Naruto Uzumaki. The guy Valley was telling us about. Oh man, I've been wantin' to meet you. Oh really? Valley talked me up. All good things I'm sure. Not a single one actually. The blonde's eye twitched as Baiko chuckled. But hey, he told me you're like a master at senjutsu and you gave him a pretty good fight. I didn't believe someone that used to be human could use senjutsu like that, but apparently you take on the attributes of an animal too when you do it. Baiko tilted his head with an eager grin. I've never seen a frog sage before. I'm a toad sage. Oh, what's the difference? The difference is that I was taught by toads, not frogs. There's a big difference. Baiko and Kuroka shared a quick look. I don't think there is. There clearly is. Doesn't that mean you were taught by one slimy, gooey amphibian instead of the other, NYA? Wait, what's the difference between toads and frogs exactly? I thought they were, like, the same thing or whatever. Okay, you two are clearly missing the point of this. Do you know the difference? That doesn't matter. Focus on what it does do. I'm tougher, stronger, faster, my energy is better, and with my frog kata I can hit anything. You were taught by toads but they taught you something called frog kata. How are you not totally confused by all of this, NYA? All three grown-ups looked down at Kaneko after her boisterous cough. The usually stoic girl had a small frown on her face and looked between them with a look of annoyance. Right. Naruto coughed into his fist before looking up at the woman lounging back on her branch. So you came all the way here to see Kaneko, but you're forcing her to come back with you. Strong-arming your little sister doesn't seem like the move of a loving big sister. Oh, and I'm sure you know everything there is to know about being a big sister, don't you Frogger? I guess not, but can you really call sticking her in the same place as Valley a safe environment? Ooh tilde. Baiko chuckled. He's got a point there, Kuroka. The black cat's spiteful glare ended Baiku's playful teasing instantly. The older woman then turned her glare on the whiskered blonde before smirking. So do you and your little friends wanna play the part of the caring big sister? That sweet Frogger. She leaned forward and narrowed her eyes, but she only has one big sister, and that role belongs to me. Naruto scoffed at the Yukai's brazen claim. Like this girl could really call herself a big sister. She was like the complete opposite of Kaneko. The little Nekomata was sweet and quiet while this bitch was loud and brash. She reveled in her power and didn't mind throwing it around while Kaneko feared it and the consequences it comes with. Plus this woman apparently doesn't mind strutting around almost naked while Kaneko hated to be caught in a state of undress like that. And what were those things hiding in the cut of her kimono? Were they real? Was he really supposed to believe this woman was related to Kaneko when she had a body like that? There was no way these two would connect as sisters when one was so small and the other was lugging around a chest like. Kuroka giggled and jiggled. Something catch your eye, Nya. Stop staring. Kaneko said firmly at his side. Issei-senpai's supposed to be the pervert, not you. Sorry. I've been training so long and I haven't seen Rias for a while and Zenobia said this thing earlier that's still in my head. He looked down and Kaneko stared at him with the closest expression she could bring to perturbed, right sorry. Well this has been an entertaining evening, and I've loved every moment of it. Baiko chuckled, but we're here for a reason and it's time for us to start heading back. Little lady, Kuroka wants you to come back with us. What say you? Kaneko lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes traveled to the man standing by her side with a resolute expression in his eyes. When she saw them, the insecurity and fear welling up inside her faltered for a moment before she announced, I'm not leaving. Fair enough. Kuroka. Already done. Kaneko and Naruto both gagged and coughed violently as their breathing was taxed by a faint gas wafting through the air around them. Kaneko covered her mouth and dropped to her hands and knees while Naruto stumbled back and gagged. The Rook's eyesight hazed over, gas. Like it, Nya. Don't worry you won't get a lethal amount or anything. The SS-class criminal warned her little sister, once you go to sleep, I'll carry you out of here and we can go to your new home. I'll leave your friend here to stew for a bit. If he's lucky he'll wake up before the gas does any permanent, debilitating damage. But I don't really. Ha! Naruto threw his hands out and blasted a gale force around him. It blew the poisonous mist away in an instant and washed over the sage duo for a moment before fading away entirely. Naruto took a deep breath and helped Kaneko back up to her feet. The young devil gave her senior a curious look. I've been doing a crash course in demonic power with Ajuka-san and Searsex. Kaneko nodded. I think the results show. You're not gonna make this easy on us, Nya. Kuroka huffed. Last warning asshole, get in the way of this Oni-chan's mission and you're gonna be torn piece by piece. While I appreciate the warning and the threat is certainly scary. Naruto planted his feet in the dirt and smirked. I'm by Kaneko's side all the way. Well don't say we didn't warn you. Baiko bounced his staff on his shoulder. Before we start smacking you around though, what's gathering up natural energy over there? Oh, noticed the two. Naruto shrugged. That's one of my clones. Valley said you like to make copies of yourself. I bet that gets annoying real quick, Nya. Kuroka leapt off the branch and landed by Baiku's side to stand across from the Gremory devils. She snickered behind her sleeve. You gonna let your clones do all the fighting, Nya? If I have to. Well what about this? Baiko lifted his staff up and held it out to the side. The end of his weapon shot off at blinding speeds, whipping up a gust of wind as the end of it flew through the forest. There was a popping sound at the end of it as he smirked. So what happens when The sages felt the natural energy rush from the popped clone and flood into the whiskered pawn. His pupils changed form and an orange coloring darkened around his eyes. A smug grin stretched his face as he raised his eyebrow mockingly. Kuroka turned and glared at the monkey Yukai. Baiko buckled. Well shit I didn't know. How was I supposed to know? Way to go idiot. Now he's going to be an even bigger pain in the ass. The black cat snapped before swiping her arm forward. You're taking care of him. Oh. Baiko looked between his compatriot and their new enemy with a smile, then I'm glad I messed up. Naruto swung his arm up and parried the point of the staff as it came barreling through his head. He grit his teeth as he felt the extended end of the weapon drag against his forearm and drop every tree in its path behind him. The staff retracted back into its normal form in an instant as Baiko leapt off the ground and charged Naruto. The whiskered blonde leapt back as the end of the monkey's staff slammed into the ground and splintered the earth. Kaneko was nearly blown away by the rush of wind as Baiko grinned at his opponent's quick reflexes. He spun around and aimed the other end of the staff before it shot out as well. Naruto caught the end of the extending pole with his palm and grunted as he was lifted off his feet and sent back through the forest. Baiko laughed as he ran after his foe and sprinted into the darkness of the woods to continue his fight. Kuroka rolled her eyes. Boys, am I right, NYA? In the end everything's a contest to see who's swinging the bigger whatever. But lucky for us while they have their measuring contest, that leaves us a little time to talk, just us girls. Kaneko narrowed her eyes, raising her fists and taking a step back as Kuroka stepped forward. The older sister paused and sighed tiredly, well now I'm just tearing up. Can't decide if I'm proud you're not dropping your guard or sad you're so defensive around your sister. Kaneko remained ready to fight. Oh lighten up, Sharon. I know you didn't have this much of a stick up your butt the last time I saw you. That was a long time ago. Okay, fair enough. A series of explosions sounded off to the side as Kuroka tilted her head, so how about we catch up a little? Have you been eating well? Kaneko narrowed her eyes. Yes, where were you this whole time? Meh, running around and causing havoc I guess. Getting stronger and making friends with a bunch of scary people. Couldn't come walking back around here since they got that SS class criminal status on my head. The older Nekomata nonchalantly shrugged. Why don't you let our your tail and ears? I bet it'd be more comfortable to talk like that, plus you'd be stronger. Kaneko gripped her fists tighter. I don't want to risk it. You afraid you'll go mad? Kuroka laughed. You know there are ways to avoid that, right? Don't you trust yourself? My turn, Kaneko sharply stated. Why are you part of the Chaos Brigade? Technically I was part of Valley's team first before I joined the Chaos Brigade, NYA. Kuroka yawned. I told you things were gonna go south fast, and I decided to stick on the side where I'd be safest. On the subject, why are you sticking to Rias Gremory's side exactly? I'm staying because I owe them everything. The white-haired girl lowered her eyes. Bucho took me in and gave me a home when I had nowhere else. Akino-senpai shared my pain and helped me get past it. Yuto-senpai was the first friend I made after joining this family. And Gaia-kun gave me a chance to finally come out again. Asia-senpai. Zenobia-senpai. Issei-senpai. Naruto-senpai. I can't just leave them. I owe them all so much. More than you owe your sister. The sister who abandoned me. The silence between the Nekomata was heavy as the sound of falling trees and Baiku's laughter echoed behind them. Kaneko's fist shivered before she finally lowered her arms and hung her head. Why? Why did you do it? Why did you kill him? We were safe and happy and together so why? Why did you run? Why didn't you ever come back? All this time I thought I did something wrong and you just abandoned me. I would have gone with you. Why did you leave? Kaneko's were filled with tears as she looked up at her sister. Why did you leave me? Kuroka stared at her crying baby sister and sighed, sorry Sharon. That's too many questions to answer right now. Kaneko's eyes widened in shock when she heard her sister's voice right by her ear. She nearly jumped and turned to see an identical Kuroka right at her back. The kimono-wearing cat reached out for the shorter girl. When you wake up, you'll be safe. Kaneko's vision was filled with Kuroka's palm. But it stopped an inch from her face as another hand grabbed her wrist. Kuroka glared up at the whiskered blonde that stopped her just short of her goal. She stared into his bar-shaped eyes and heard the battle still echoing out from the side. Really? You send a clone to deal with me? Well, Naruto looked between the two buxom cats. You're hardly one to talk. Yeah, but you wanna start a fight and you send a clone to face me. While you take care of Baiko. The other Kuroka crossed her arms. I'm insulted, NYA. Well, be whatever you want to be. Naruto yanked the Kuroka in his hand off her feet and threw her through the air. The black cat spun through the flight and landed effortlessly beside the other one. The blonde sage stood beside Kaneko and stared the Nekomata down. I'm not letting you take Kaneko away. Not a chance. Naruto-senpai. You interrupt my reunion with Sharon. You meddle with my efforts to bring her with me. And along with all of that, you underestimate me by sending only a clone to fight. Naruto and Kaneko felt a massive surge of energy come from the black-haired cat. Her hair fluttered lightly as the ground around her rose up and changed to match her form perfectly. A group of Kuroka clones spawned into existence around her as the terrain started to rise up and change form. Congratulations, Frogger. The Legion of Kuroka sounded off. You've really pissed me off. I have that effect. Devil. Naruto leapt over the extending staff as it pierced through a tree and a dozen more behind it. The blonde devil landed on the base of the weapon and immediately leapt off it. The staff reverted to its normal length and Baiko jumped after him with an excited grin on his face. Naruto landed first and gripped the body of a tree. His hands dug into the bark as he tore it out of the ground and spun around to attack. The tree hit Baiko but broke in half as its body shattered against his sturdy staff. The Yukai laughed and spun his weapon behind his back before thrusting it at the blonde's head. Naruto grabbed it before it could land. His head shot aside as the end of the staff rocketed by his ear and into the sky. The blonde pulled and lifted Baiko up at him, throwing a punch for the monkey's head but missing as Baiko dodged. The Yukai kicked at Naruto's legs but the toad sage jumped over it. The two traded blows, increasing their pace as they continued to struggle over the Yukai's staff. An end of the staff jutted into the ground and shot upward, lifting the two men up with it and into the sky. Baiko took this opportunity and kicked off the blonde's chest to reclaim his staff. Wings sprouted from Naruto's back as a cloud came down around Baiku's feet. The devil and Yukai soared through the sky and exchanged blows for an instant that exploded when they connected. With the Yukai on his tail, Naruto took a sudden dive and went straight down towards the forest. Baiko kept his staff placed against his back as his Jindo Yun dove down after him. The wind rushed over their faces as they grew closer and closer to impacting the ground. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Baiko grinned just behind him. Naruto's wings expanded and his descent came to a sudden stop. He spun through the air with a Rasengan in hand and whipped it at the Yukai on his tail. Baiko reacted just before it hit by blocking with his staff, the jutsu grinding against the metal of the staff before finally exploding. Naruto dropped and landed in a crouch as Baiko stayed in the air. His cloud came to his assistance and caught him as he flew back towards the blonde. Baiko stepped off his floating cloud and touched back down on solid earth with a surprised whistle. Wow, you are harder to put down than expected. Valley was right to keep an eye on you. I guess from that psycho that can be considered a compliment. Naruto rolled his neck. Hey, before we do anything else, something's on my mind. You got that extending pole and a tail in that cloud. And Issei's been showing me this series for a few weeks now. So, do you really like Goku or something? Oh, seriously. Baiko sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Dude, my family line is what Goku was based off of. My shitty geezer is the original Sun Wukong, the guy all the knockoffs were based on. So no, this isn't just a super fan homage or whatever. Oh. So you can't go Super Saiyan. Baiko nodded. Okay, I don't hate you, but I'm gonna smack you in the head really fucking hard for that one. Ah, did I touch a nerve? Don't you have those bean things to fix it? Hey, you ever heard of the Frog Prince? Well, since you're a toad and they're so different apparently, does that mean when you get kissed you still look butt fucking ugly? Now you're just being spiteful. Naruto noted as he formed another Rasengan. Yeah, can't help it, just born that way. Baiko remarked in a cocky tone as he took his fighting stance. The two sages stood across from each other silently, Naruto's jutsu swirling in his hand as Baiku's grip steadily tightened around his staff. The two men disappeared in a burst of speed, meeting together in the middle as their attacks crossed. Naruto tried to snake his attack around Baiku's guard, but the Yukai's staff extended to meet the jutsu. The air-splitting sound of rapid, volatile wind grinding against metal echoed out in every direction as the sages struggled to get the upper hand in their contest. The Rasengan exploded violently against the staff but instead of being blasted back, both men dug their feet into the ground to weather the force of the blast. Their feet tore up trenches in the ground as they were knocked back and gritted their teeth until the rush of wind stopped. Ha! Naruto lunged forward, his fist pulled back and slamming against the yukai's cheek. The whiskered blonde didn't hesitate and threw another punch. Baiku's head shot side to side with Naruto's heavy hits as the whiskered devil refused to let up. Punches landed over the yukai's face, chest, shoulder, and legs. The blonde kicked into the monkey's chest hard enough to lift him off his feet before following with another punch that spilled blood. But things changed as Naruto's head suddenly shot up violently when the staff's end sudden slammed into his chin. Baiku's smirk widened, bruises on his cheeks and a sheen of blood over his teeth. His staff returned to its normal shape and he swung it into Naruto's open chest. The blonde nearly doubled over to the strike at his ribs before Baiku's foot came into his cheek. The Monkey King's descendant attacked relentlessly as he laughed with joy. Naruto's foot dug into Baiku's chest as the staff struck the blonde's cheek. They nearly knocked each other back but Naruto was the first to recover, leaping on the yukai and slamming the brunette's head into the ground. With a vicious roar he yanked the yukai up and spun in place before throwing Baiko through a row of trees like it was nothing. Baiko grabbed the ground and left a trench in his wake as he came to a stop. He slammed his feet down into the earth and thrusted his staff out as its end flew forward. Naruto avoided its tip by a hair's breadth but was slammed into the trees as well when Baiko swung it into his ribs. The forest toppled over and splintered from their fight as the staff retracted back to its original form. The dust kicked up from the attack rose and spread out after the blonde had stopped being dragged through the ground. Baiko took a deep breath and chuckled as he saw a figure step up in the smoke. You know, not a lot of sages get down and dirty in fights anymore. I get bored without the chance to throw down like this. Yeah, well I guess it's fun finally getting to fight other sages again after all these years. Naruto admitted while rolling his shoulder and spitting some blood off to the side. I forgot how hard we can hit sometimes. Yes. Exactly. Finally someone else gets how much fun we can have when we let loose a little. Baiko chuckled and bounced on his feet. I mean I'm not a battle maniac like Valley but I can still appreciate a good fight. You get it. I guess I do. I think I'd like this more if you and your friend weren't trying to take Kaneko with you. Yeah, sorry about that. The monkey scratched her cheek meekly, nothing personal. It's just hard to focus on the shit at hand when one of our own is constantly whining and complaining about wanting her sister back. Oh. Naruto's brow perked in interest at that little tidbit. Well, enough small talk. The blonde devil sighed as he held out his hand and created another Rasengan. The jutsu swirled rapidly in his palm. Can't waste any more time just talking. Need to get back to Kaneko as soon as possible. Hey, and you want to resort back to that technique? Baiko inquired with a smile. I think we've already seen that it doesn't do much against my staff. And if I wanna avoid it entirely, I just gotta make sure you don't get close. Baiko took his stance and aimed the staff at his opponent, and I think we've shown how I can keep someone at length. Well, thank goodness for all his training. As the end of the staff jutted out at blinding speeds, Naruto moved his body aside and let it pass him. He threw out his arm and held the Rasengan at the yukai. The light in his body, down his veins, and into his hand. Wind swirled around his palm and built up just underneath the chakra orb. Baiku's eyes widened as he saw the wind gather under the jutsu while Naruto braced his arm. Wind Demon's Rasengan. The jutsu launched from his hand and reached Baiku's body in an instant. The monkey yukai's eyes widened in shock and he bodily dodged the jutsu before it could hit. It flew past him and slammed into the body of a tree. He shielded his eyes from the massive gust of wind that kicked up as a vortex barreled through and decimated a line of the forest behind him. He looked back and saw the deep grinding trench that had dug through the ground for meters. Baiko stumbled on his feet and chuckled, holy shit. That was amazing. Got anything else? Set. 10x. Fire demons. Water demons. Baiko eyes widened again as he looked up to see Naruto hold his hand out as the sacred gear on his arm shined. Two more Narutos appeared on either side of the yukai with a Rasengan in their hands. One glowed orange and yellow as a red star formed in its epicenter with heat radiating out of it. The other sprinkled a faint sheen of water, droplets swirling around its base and spreading up it like a typhoon. The Narutos lunged with both attacks ready on either side of the Monkey King's descendant. Rasengan. Loop. A giant burst of fire and water exploded again and again and again as a rush of steam poured through the forest. Devil. Naruto roared and punched Kuroka across the face, shattering her skull and sending bits and pieces across the forest ground. Unfortunately, the body of the decapitated cat continued to move and sway even after her head had been crushed to pebbles. The Kuroka construct threw kick after kick at the blonde as he was forced to block. The devil sage waited for a chance to retaliate, but it never came as after the damaged clone had stopped another several identical clones picked up the slack. His vision was filled with the multiple speedy forms of the well-endowed Nekomata. Kaneko. Naruto yelled over his shoulder, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Kaneko called out as she continued to jump and dodge the clones of her sister. Unlike with Naruto, the ones assaulting her weren't aiming to hurt or maim her. But they swiped and grabbed for her, hoping to catch her and most likely take her away as quickly as possible. Which meant avoiding and keeping distance were her best options. Kaneko landed by a tree as a group of her sister's clones surrounded her. But Kaneko gripped the base of the tree and tore it out by the roots, the strength from her rook power on full display as she lobbed it at the clones. "Ah, come on Sharon, nya." One clone spoke up as the lot of them easily jumped over the tree and landed gracefully without a hitch. "You know you'll have to do better than that. You might be rusty, but I bet you'd still get a lot of mileage out of your senjutsu power. Are you really so scared of it that you'll risk losing just to avoid using it?" Kaneko flinched and clenched her fists. "Come on Sharon, it might be scary but there's no shame in being what you are." They sounded off in unison. "We might be bred for violence, and we might become monsters, but at least we'll do it together. Oh Oni-sama, I. WRAAAAHHHH. Naruto dropped down from overhead with a Rasengan in hand. The crowd of Kurokas parted and his attack splintered the ground around it instead. The moment his jutsu was finished, the blonde jumped back up to his feet in a fighting stance. Kaneko was quick to run to his side and keep her back to his as she took her own stance. "How are you doing?" "Managing. Barely." The two Gremory stayed close and slowly rotated to keep an eye on the mob that surrounded them. "It's difficult to fight her when she keeps trying to grab me." "Hey, when you say stuff like that it makes me think she's a really clingy older sister. Please don't joke like that. She avoids my attacks rather easily and we can't afford you getting hit." "Yeah, that'd probably make things difficult." The multiple black-haired Nekomata around them started to speak and call out to them in unison. Usually Naruto would pinpoint the original in the myriad of clones and aim to apprehend her and stop all of them. But somehow the annoying black cat had all of her construct match her level of power so precisely it was almost impossible to discern which one was the real one. Even the broken construct's missing body parts and heads still gave off the same energy. "Hey, I'm already getting an idea of her abilities, but just how strong is your sister?" Oni-sama has had an affinity for energy and senjutsu even from a young age. She was so talented even when she was young that when she was reincarnated, it took 2 bishop pieces to handle her talent. Her ability to mask and sense a person's presence is second to none. When she killed our former master she was immediately given a danger rating of SS class criminal because of her power. Her proficiency in magics, senjutsu, and yujutsu has probably only increased in the time she has been gone, so if she had the power of an ultimate class devil now, I wouldn't be surprised. A psychotic prodigy. How am I not surprised? Like I ever get anything else. Naruto droned. "Okay, Kaneko, that's something I could have done with knowing beforehand. You're the one that jumped into the fight." Kaneko muttered before whispering, "Thanks for coming to help me by the way." "Well, I was upset a second ago, but how can I stay mad when you sound so sorrowful?" "Naya, Sharon praised me." The Kurokas preened and shuffled with joy from Kaneko's warning. "Geez, she's really enjoying this." Naruto noted. "So what you're saying is if we wanna get away from her, we need something with a little more bang." "It wouldn't hurt." "Then bang it is." Kaneko's ears perked as she heard a speedy swirling sound by her ear. She looked aside and saw another orb of chakra form in Naruto's hand. But after a moment she noticed the center of the jutsu start to become darker and heavier. A mix of black and brown material started forming from the center and going outward with every spin. He slowly raised it over his head, Kaneko and the Kurokas following its movement as it stopped above him. Earth Demon's Rasengan. He slammed it into the dirt at his feet as a mighty crack echoed out and tore the ground asunder. The cats felt a mighty earthquake under their feet that shook everything around them. The earthquake stopped only to be followed by an extremely violent explosion under the ground's surface that erupted like a volcano. A portion of the forest cracked and exploded as trees were obliterated and sent flying off the ground. Everything around the center of the attack was swallowed up by a rush of stone and rubble shooting off at blinding speeds. The Kuroka clones were reduced to pebbles as they were either caught up in the blast or riddled with debris. Ha! That worked better than I thought. Impressive. But don't you think it might have been a little too destructive? Meh, seems like a necessary measure. The blonde sage answered as he and his junior floated high in the air over the destruction his attack had caused. You realize you're totally tearing up the territory, right? Kaneko pointed out, we'll be in a lot of trouble after this. We could just blame it on your sister. He offered as his stoic junior eyed him suspiciously, just putting it out there. Come on, can't waste any more time up here. The two devils started to descend down to the ruined earth. That actually worked better than I thought. You should use it more often. It takes more out of me than you'd think. They still need a lot of work. They touched down, the smoke and dust still heavy in the air as Naruto looked around, so what are the chances that finished everything? Practically zero. I'm glad you still have so much faith in me, NYA. Naruto and Kaneko turned around to see Kuroka jump down to join them. The black cat inspected the area as she carefully stepped over all the broken and jutted out pieces of ground. Geez, and you took out all my clones too. You're just a rude boy, aren't you? If you don't want another one of those straight to the jaw, I suggest walking away now. Naruto created another Rasengan in his hand. I'm not letting you take Kaneko, and that's the end of it. Tilda. Kuroka tiled her head and poked her chin, ignoring his warning and looking thoughtfully about something else. You know, I just realized that there are some really fundamental differences in our abilities even though we're so similar. I try to keep balanced with my senjutsu while you're leaning more towards the sensing and fighting aspects of it. Even our clones are similar. As much as I want them to be perfect replicas of me, everything has to come with a caveat. They're durable, and very strong, but they can't use any of my big techniques like I want them to. You on the other hand can throw out a clone and they can go around tossing big blast like that however they want, NYA. It's just unfair. Yeah, life is like that sometimes. And that was your last warning. HYAH. Ah. Naruto dove at Kuroka and prepared to attack her, but a magic circle formed halfway over his body and stopped him in midair. Before he could free himself, a hand made of rock and roots sprouted from the ground and grabbed him tightly. So unlike my clones, yours can use big, complicated attacks. I thought that was interesting. Kuroka strolled up causally with a smile on her face as Naruto thrashed around, but if what Valley told me was true, then a little extra squeeze to it in. The Naruto clone groaned and struggled before the hand crushed him and he popped like a balloon. Kuroka let the white smoke rush over her summoned appendage before she giggled. Yep, even the guy from another world doesn't have a clone that can use complex techniques and can withstand a beating. Always a balance. Kuroka sighed before winking. Hey, maybe you and I can create a few perfect techniques together, NYA. Kaneko narrowed her eyes. I told you I'm not interested. You can't keep playing at this angle, Sharon. Kuroka barked with an annoyed frown. You can keep saying you won't become like me and you won't use your power for as long as you like, but there's just one problem with that, it's who you are. The older sister yelled, which caused Kaneko to flinch. Deny it all you want, but there's a part of you that knows who you really are, NYA. And you can't keep fighting it forever. I don't. That's what I'll fix. Kuroka stalked forward as Kaneko stepped back. I will help you get through this crisis however I can. You won't be confused anymore. I promise. The two sisters jumped back as something flew into the ground between them with enough force to crack the ground. It was pinned under the end of a long staff and held there before suddenly snapping back. Baiko landed next to Kuroka and held his staff over his shoulder. How have things been going on your end? Biggest pain in the ass third wheel I've ever dealt with, NYA. Kuroka took a second to look her companion over, but stepped back in surprise when she did. What the hell happened to you? Asshole caught me off guard. Baiko shook his head and flung droplets of water in every direction. Kuroka hissed and protected herself before the monkey Yukai looked down and rubbed the scorch mark that marred part of his armor. The frog prince over there got me in a pincer with a fire attack and a water attack. Let me guess, he used that orb thing with an element, right? Exactly. I had to use my staff to block the fire one and grab the water to try and stop it. But then he did this thing where the impact of the attack repeated over and over and over. Just like what Valley said had happened with him. It was a nightmare. Speaking of which, the Monkey King held up one of his hands to show his teammate the various bloody gashes and injuries his arm had withstood blocking the rush of water. Is this as bad as it looks? Yes. Kuroka hid her grimace behind her sleeve. Now stop wagging your dead arm at me, you'll splatter me with your blood, nya. Oh, you squeamish of something. I don't want whatever disease your weird blood will infect me with. I don't think you have any right to talk about disease. Lightning Demon's Rasengan. Naruto leapt forward and slammed two bright yellow Rasengans into the ribs of his foes while they were distracted. A thunderous boom echoed out when the orbs exploded, a spear of lighting coming out of each one and leaving a path of destruction as they shot through the forest. Naruto stood back up and stared at the twin burnt trenches he had made through the ground and trees with his surprise attack. Senpai. Don't. He held his hand out as Kaneko tried to step up to his side. It didn't feel solid when I hit. It felt like piercing air. I guess these sages have their own form of genjutsu too. That's a pain in the ass. So you avoided that one. Naruto called out through the trees, slowly rotating and surveying his surroundings. You wanna keep hiding? Or how about we just finish this? Naruto's arms instantly swung out as he blocked simultaneous attacks, cracking the ground beneath him and creating a shockwave from the force that sent Kaneko back. One arm blocked the low swing of Baiku's staff while the other guarded from an axe kick the Nekomata had tried to cave his head with. Naruto knocked both of them back before dropping down and sweeping Baiku's leg out from under him. The descendant of Sun Wukong effortlessly spun through the air as Naruto charged at Kuroka. He crossed his fingers and summoned 4 clones by his side, one joining him against the Nekomata as the other 3 rushed Baiko. Kuroka laughed and swung her arms around, creating multiple magical circles that released blasts of fire and smoke and all different manner of attacks. The Naruto clones responded by channeling what remained of their demonic power into an element in each hand and diverting the attacks as best they could. Baiko handled his swarm of opponents much more directly. He avoided the punches and kicks from the blonde clones while blocking with his staff. Some blows landed and even the ones that he avoided left damage with the effect of Frog Kata landing against him. But Baiko strengthened his core power and laughed as he dodged. I appreciate the workout, but if I'm gonna have a fight, I want it with the original. Baiko jumped over the clones and aimed his staff before its tip extended and launched downward. It struck the back of one of the Narutos fighting Kuroka and watched it pop. Naruto's eyes widened as Kuroka smirked and raised her hand, creating another magic circle that pelted him with an unending array of attacks. The blonde weathered the attacks and grit his teeth before jumping over the onslaught entirely. But the moment he did he felt something hanging over his head. Ha! Baiko slammed his staff down on Naruto's head, launching him down into the ground with a loud crack. Kuroka wasted no time and jumped over to attack the downed blonde while he was recovering. But just as she landed, Naruto's hand shot up to grab her ankle, yanking her up and spinning around before lobbing her at Baiko. The monkey Yukai avoided his comrade by jumping off his cloud and leaping over Kuroka as she cursed him out. The Monkey King descendant cackled and dropped down on Naruto with his staff pulled back as far as he could take it. Naruto raised his block as the staff dropped down on the cross of his forearms. The force of the attack was heavy enough to nearly push Naruto's feet through the rock as he gritted his teeth. Baiko dropped down in front of the Whiskered Devil and kicked up into his chin. Naruto responded by kicking the Yukai in the chest and sending him flying through the forest. Ha ha ha. Kuroka leapfrogged over Baiku's flying body and landed a quick strike against the blonde's arm. I didn't think I would actually get a fight when I came here, but I'm glad I got to bash you around, Frogger. PFF'd, you're just as crazy as I thought. Naruto slipped under her kick and leaned away from her swipe. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her in close. Kuroka swiped for his eyes and he blocked, letting her grip his wrist as tightly as she could as they pulled in towards each other. You really want to keep this fight up in front of Kaneko? She'll never trust you if you go around hurting the people she cares about. She'll come around. Blood is thicker than your bond. Kuroka growled as she struggled to fight against his superior strength. Her skill rested with techniques, not full-blown brawls. She left the ball-busting and head-splitting to Baiko, who usually measured up. But apparently this guy was too unruly for just one of them to handle. Once I teach her some of the techniques she needs, she'll know siding with me was the right choice. Oh. Naruto smirked. Are you really only going after her for her power? Because that flea-picking asshole let it slip earlier just how desperate you were to get her before she could get hurt. The monkey has a big mouth he never knows when to shut. You're going to take his words to heart. Kuroka mocked, even though her smile faltered when he brought up Baiku's words. For someone that tries to act so callous, I didn't think worrying about your little sister was something that'd bother you. Naruto leaned in. You have something you're trying to hide. Hide? No. Kuroka smirked, distract. Naruto's eyes widened before a solid strike hit him in the small of his back and caused him to yell from the sudden pain. He looked over his shoulder and saw Baiku's staff sticking into his back as the Yukai rushed him. Kuroka slipped out of his hold and palmed his chest, summoning another attack and blowing him off his feet. Naruto's flying form went straight into Baiko as the monkey sage kicked him into the ground. Naruto yelled and immediately jumped back to his feet. Kuroka created another magic circle that sent blast after blast flying and homing in on the blonde. He charged through the heavy explosion as they pelted his body. Emerging from the explosion, Naruto roared with a Rasengan in hand and slammed it into Baiku's stomach. The Monkey King descendant tried to power through the attack but was blown off his feet and flew backwards. He would have flown through the forest if Kuroka hadn't summoned a magic circle to stop him. It disappeared and Baiko dropped down by the Nekomata, both sages taking sharp breaths to compose themselves. Naruto did the same as beads of sweat traveled down his face and dropped off his chin. He was holding back the two sages admirably, and where their techniques shined he had to make up with his greater experience in fighting. He could keep fending them off as long as possible, but at some point they'd start switching to more lethal attacks. And when they did that, he'd have to respond. In the end, this fight was only going to get worse. Naruto-senpai. Kaneko called out as she came running over to her senior after watching the fight escalate so suddenly. The Brook was forced to step back when she realized just how outmatched she was trying to keep up with the sage fight using only her basic skills. The young freshman looked at her friend's back as it rose and fell with his breathing. You're hurt. Kaneko, stay back. Naruto warned, not letting his eyes off the two Chaos Brigade members for an instant. Sharon, how long is your frog in shining armor going to keep holding off the inevitable, NYA? Kuroka called out to the worried Rook, you wanna keep watching him take a beating just to hold off on an outcome you already know is going to happen. Kaneko looked down in shame as she closed her eyes. Look, if you just come back with me I won't hurt any of the people in your peerage or even Frogger here. Her hand snapped up to stop Baiko from interjecting, just do what's best now. And come with me. Kaneko looked up at Naruto's beaten form and then back the way they had come from the party. She turned back to her elder sister, seeing a calmer and more considerate look in Kuroka's eyes as she offered her hand. The white-haired girl clutched her chest tightly. I don't. Kaneko's eyes widened and looked up at Naruto's back as the blonde calmed himself. That's not the answer you need to reach. That isn't the decision you need to make. So don't say another word, and choose what you want to be. Are you serious, Frogger? Kuroka snapped with a dark scowl on her face as she glared a hole through his head. You'd rather she stay like this than be who she is truly meant to be. She's not supposed to be in a peerage where she's so frightened of being herself that she'd risk dying just to hide it. That's the life you'd let her live instead of being who she really is. That's not up to us. Then who? It's her choice. It's only ever been Kaneko's choice. Naruto muttered as Kaneko stared at his back in surprise. She doesn't have to believe that staying as she is right now is the only option for her. Neither is learning senjutsu and succumbing to the power that could corrupt her. She needs to realize that she's strong enough to handle that power and overcome it. That's what I've seen of her. A girl who has more strength in her than any of us can believe. That has a good and strong enough heart that she wouldn't dare hurt the people she loves. A Brook. A Nekomata. She doesn't have to choose between them. She needs to realize that she can be whatever the hell she wants to be. Baiko showed an amused smile while Kuroka's scowl deepened into a murderous glare. Kaneko stared at his back, a small line of tears rolling down her cheeks at his words as he held his hands together. And until she makes that choice, I will fight for her chance to make it. Another orb formed in his hand as a high-pitched sound formed with it, blades slowly coming out the sides, and that means making sure you two don't take her. Hey, a big orb with blades coming out in a shrill tone. This must be the technique Valley told us about. Baiko chuckled with joy before looking down at his companion. He told us to avoid getting hit by that. So what should we do? Isn't it obvious, NYA? Kuroka's usually teasing and bubbly voice had dropped to one of angered focus as sharp vines started to protrude from out of her sleeve. Kill him. Kuroka charged forward at the blonde who was still forming his attack. The black cat lunged as Naruto grit his teeth and prepared to dodge. A figure dashed by him and punched Kuroka. The older Nekomata was forced to block and flipped away from the force of the attack as it broke her vines. The attack failed to injure the black-haired woman, but the shock and surprise on her face was enough to stop her. The soft voice trembled as she lowered her fist. I am a Nekosho, and a Nekomata. This power I have, is mine to use. I will control it, and never let it control me. I will never lose myself or hurt the people I love. Whatever I can do, I will use these abilities for the people I cherish and love. The ears on her head twitched. I am a yokai. The tail protruding from her back swayed. I am a devil. She clenched her fists, and I belong to the peerage of Rias Gremory. Tears pricked her eyes as she proudly announced, I am Kaneko Tuju. A sage and a rook. And that's all I need to be. Baiko raised an eyebrow in surprise as Naruto smiled at the shorter girl's back with pride. Kuroka could only stare at her in disbelief. Sharon. Oni-sama, this is my answer. I won't cower to this fear anymore. I will control it, Kaneko announced assuredly, and I'll do it my way. The two Chaos Brigade members stood in silence after Kaneko's declaration. Baiko looked over his injuries and then at the jutsu Naruto had finished forming while his partner spoke. The Monkey King's descendant shrugged, so what do you want to do? Your sister's made her choice and Valley told us to watch out for his move. Shall we tactfully retreat to fight another day or? Baiko. Kuroka's voice was sharp and cold as ice, her eyes cutting through everything in front of her. More vines as sharp as razors came out of her sleeves. Grab her. Kill him. Well, all right then. He took hold of his staff as Kuroka prepared to attack. You two better get ready. I don't think we're going to stop fighting just yet. You should stop right now. Naruto announced as the wind was kicked up by the jutsu in his hand. She's made her choice. Don't make me use this. Shut up. Kuroka barked. You think we're scared of your little jutsu? Whatever you've got, we'll take it. Give me Sharon. Kuroka and Baiko charged forward to attack. Kaneko prepared for a fight as Naruto threw his Rasenshuriken in retaliation. The jutsu sped forward in the blink of an eye as the two sages prepared to take it. A cut opened through the air between them before a golden flash cut across the Rasenshuriken. The powerful jutsu stopped in place. That's enough, you two. You've had your fun. A proper, gentlemanly voice echoed out from the terror in space and time as a handsome young man stepped out of the breach. The young man was dressed in a suit, with shoulder-length golden hair and blue eyes behind his spectacles. And in each hand was a magnificent blade with golden handles. The tall, strong-voiced man turned to his companions. You've had enough time playing around and fighting. It's time to go back. Don't get in my way, Arthur, NYA. I came here for Sharon and I'm not leaving until I get her. Kuroka snapped before slipping past him with her eyes still on Kaneko and Naruto. Instead of coming to pick us up, how about you join in and make this go a little faster, huh? Maybe whip out one of those holy swords and cut this prick across the... You've lost your composure, Kuroka. Arthur interrupted. If you hadn't, you would have noticed all your fighting has started to attract attention. The swordsman pointed up towards the horde of winged people heading directly their way. Apparently your resourceful little sister sent a messenger to alarm the cavalry while you were so focused fighting. I have confidence in our abilities, but fighting an entire party of all the strongest people from the factions might be a bit too excessive. Gotta agree. Baiko nodded and stepped into the tear in space. Kuroka, time to call it a day. Let's head home. The black-haired Kuroko looked between her compatriots and her sister in a hurry. Her eyes then settled on the whiskered blonde beside her and narrowed angrily. She took a deep breath and flipped her hair as she strolled back over to the tear in space. She looked back, Sharon, I'll see you again. And Frogger, I'll kill you next time. She winked, see ya, nya. The two sages disappeared into the tear as Arthur admired the jutsu he had frozen in place, marvelous technique. I can tell just how powerful it is like this. And how exactly are you doing that? Naruto inquired, because no one has gotten it to just stop like, well that. You like it. Arthur held up one of his swords, Excalibur ruler. Anything I cut with this blade is under my control. People, animals, even techniques. He motioned to the stagnant Rasenshuriken, along with Caliburn, the holy sword that lets me go anywhere, they can be very effective. Sounds like it. Naruto smirked, those things have to be unfair. Some would say an ability like this is unfair too. Arthur responded, would you like to have the chance to guard against it? I'm sure that would be quite the learning experience. Kaneko raised her defense but paused when Naruto laughed heartily, now that would be pretty interesting. But if you're gonna use my own technique against me you should know a little about what it can do. Hell, I've had it for years and I'm still learning new things about it. Arthur's eyebrow quirked curiously, like what? Like how it pops. Naruto lobbed a ball of demonic power at the center of the jutsu and caused it to burst. Arthur looked down in surprise as he was engulfed in light before overwhelmed by it. Naruto and Kaneko shielded their eyes from the intense explosion in front of them until it finally started to taper off. The attack's effect faded and revealed the massive hole in the shattered ground it had created. Have to remember how useful that is. Naruto stepped up to the edge of the crater and looked down at it. He got out just as the Rasenshuriken nearly swallowed him. Damn, that bastard's teammates are stronger than I thought. We'll need to, Kaneko. I'm fine. The little rook answered as she sat on the ground and took a chance to catch her breath, that was all just exhausting. I didn't think I would do this all so willingly again. The ears on her head flinched for emphasis. Naruto let out a breath of relief and sat down with a hiss, are you okay? Were you hurt? Battered and bruised and some things are creaking, which is new in Sage mode, but nothing too bad. He rubbed his aching neck and popped it with a crack, what about you? You ready for? All of it. Kaneko looked down at her hands and slowly balled them up. I'm still scared of it all. I'd be lying if I said I could control it easily. But you said I can be who I want to be. So I'll be someone who can use this power for the people I care about. And I won't lose control for them. Kaneko showed a small smile. That's the least I can do, after what you did for me. Naruto smiled and reached forward, patting her head and gently rubbing her hair. Kaneko's ears twitched cutely from the movement as she looked up at him, you look cute with those. She hid her smile, and her pale cheeks heated up with embarrassment. The two devils were finally joined by a large group of other people finally arriving to join them, all still in their even dresses. Rias was at the front of the pack, holding Shiro in her arms after the familiar had run off to warn everyone. Once she had reached them, the kitten jumped from her grasp and into Kaneko's lap as she rewarded for her efforts with pets. The crimson-haired king looked around at all the damage done to the area and forest. She then looked down at the injuries and scuffed up a tire on Naruto, before looking at the ears and tail sprouting from Kaneko. Rias didn't waste another moment before kneeling down and pulling them both in for a hug around their necks. You two have a lot to explain for. There was an attack on devil territory from the enemies we've been preparing to face. They simply strolled in miles away from our banquet and could have engaged in an ambush if they decided to go just a little bit further. The man in the elegant robes announced, the Chaos Brigade is clearly ready to make their move whenever they wish. And their members are more fearsome than we anticipated. So can you all please not look so bored? The fallen angel emissary looked around at some of the bored and uninterested members accompanying the meeting. Michael and the mouse that showed up were struggling to keep focus while he recounted the events of the attack the night before. Some of the leaders from other mythologies that graced them with their presence looked downright bored. One of them in particular was napping, his attendant trying to awaken him as urgently as possible as she blushed from the looks being aimed their way. And of course, even his leader wasn't exempt from this behavior. Azazel. Oh, Pull out the stick firmly stuck up your butt, Shemhazai. We already have the testimonies from the duo that met the insurgents, and it was clear this infiltration was for personal reasons. The Governor-General quickly raised his hands defensively. Now I'm not saying we shouldn't take this as a very serious matter of raising our own defenses and securities in case something like this happens again, but I don't think we have to have an extensive meeting about everything that happened again. Second. I agree. A booming voice said from a large, well-built, plus I was privy to the confrontation as soon as they started to exchange blows. I think quite a few of us were. Why you were? Zeus-sama, why didn't? It seemed like a personal affair. Plus it was quite intriguing to see how these new young devils fought. I look forward to seeing more of their efforts in the near future. See. Part of it was just some dumb old farts getting too into the entertainment. I think we'd get a lot more done if we simply focused on how we can be better prepared for this kind of problem in the future. Azazel stretched and scooted his chair out, and on that matter, mind tying everything up with a nice little bow. I'm the advisor for Rias Gremory's peerage and the match is gonna start soon, so. Shemhazai sighed, yes, you can leave. Just please don't forget that we need to discuss this at length later. Got it, remembering it, memorizing it, forgetting what we were talking about and gone. See ya later. Wish Ria Tan luck from me. Also my condolences for losing against Satan. Give Rias my regards as well. And tell her it's fine to hurt Sona-kun's feelings by utterly stomping her in the rating game. Oh Sears X-chan, I think you might be delusional tilde. Same to you, Seraphal. Imagining for even a moment that my sister would lose. Have you been getting enough sleep lately? And with that I am out. Huh. The old man stirred asleep, as the baby crow running off. If he is, then I'm calling it quits too. Me too. My posterior is aching in these uncomfortable chairs. No lumbar support whatsoever. Wait, hang on Odin-sama. The meeting isn't. Azazel closed the door behind him and let out a sigh of relief at his escape. Thank goodness he had those kids to use as an excuse, or else he would have had to keep wasting his time in that stuffy room. At least now he was going to get the chance to see something entertaining. Yep. Watching teenage devils fight each other to prove who was superior for the angry old devils that like to pull the strings from behind the curtain. Truly the sport of champions. Well, there they are. Just the group I was hoping to find. The fallen angel announced as he spotted the teens standing outside the room they agreed to use as their base before the fight. Hope you all weren't feeling lonely with me being gone. Rias kept her harsh glare on the mix-haired man, turning to regard him with crossed arms. Tell me again how you ended up as our advisor before our rating game. Seems impractical for someone so tardy and unaccustomed to the games to be advising us. I may not be a devil, but I'm hardly unaccustomed. I've seen enough of them in my time to be somewhat of an expert. And in no small part to my genius either. He not so subtly bragged, plus the only reason I'm so late is because all the higher-ups were discussing the infiltration yesterday. You should be glad I helped these two walk out safely without being hounded. Naruto leaned against the wall and frowned while Kaneko lowered her head shamefully. Oh, don't look so dejected. Azazel laughed. Your fight actually got you some clout with some of the other leaders and gods. Apparently hearing that our new dangerous foes were held off valiantly by a pair of plucky, wide-eyed kids really put a kick in their step. The two, plucky, wide-eyed, kids in question glared him down hatefully, but let's not focus on the past. You all have a match in less than an hour. Let's get back to focusing on that, huh? He's right, unfortunately. Rias turned to her peerage. We need to focus on the match ahead. Sona's peerage isn't going to sit back and let us win, and we have to go in ready for a fight. That's the spirit. Azazel cheered. Now before we jump in, there's one aspect of this team that could very well decide our victory before we even step into the match. Issei, the fallen angel turned to the brunette with a quizzical look. Have you found a way to unlock your balance breaker? Nope. Well fuck. Azazel shrugged. Most of my plans revolved around having the Red Dragon Emperor's power on our side. Guess we'll have to take that into consideration. I already told you all of this before. Issei muttered, you're just twisting in the knife at this point. Azazel. Rias threatened as Asia consoled Issei's battered self-esteem. Don't make a game of hurting his feelings. Oh, I was just playing. He waved it off. Issei, You might not have your balance breaker, but I refuse to believe an imaginative guy like you didn't think up of something. Issei's tears vanished as an excited smile took his face. Oh, you know I did. I haven't quite gotten the chance to test it out, but if it works then there will be nothing the girls on Kaichu's team can hide from us. The way he said that sends a nervous chill down my back. Naruto droned. Anyone else get a sense of serious foreboding from what the pervert said? Kaneko nodded and raised her hand. See. Should we be worried about what he might do? No worries, senpai. My new technique isn't going to hurt anyone. They just won't be able to hide anything from me. Issei grinned with a perverted expression. Their intentions, along with everything else, will be laid out bare for me to see. Yuto slowly raised his hand along with a nervous chuckle. Alright, Issei thinks he's ready to fight. Azazel turned to the other problem child. And what about you, Kaneko? Think you're ready to pull out your senjutsu for a friendly match? Kaneko looked down nervously. I think so. Akino held her shoulder. You don't have to push yourself, Kaneko-chan. Akino-san is right. You're strong enough as you already are, Kaneko-chan. Gasper piped up from his box. Thank you, Gaia-kun. And thanks, Akino-senpai. I know I don't have to force myself. Kaneko looked down and closed her fist. But I don't want to force, I want this to be natural for me to use. This is just another part of who I am, so I will use it however I can to help us fight. The other members of the peerage looked at the rook proudly. Azazel nodded. Good, glad to hear it. And finally, Naruto. Azazel turned to the blonde in a grandstanding manner. Are you ready, kid? With your experience, skills, and technique, you now have the most important job out of everyone during the match. You remember I'm not allowed to participate, right? Of course. But that doesn't mean you can't cheer them on. You are a one-man cheer squad after all. If I don't see you with a pair of pom-poms spelling out all their names in song with all your clones then I'll be disappointed. Don't. He's not worth it. Rias placed a hand against her boyfriend's chest before he could attack out of frustration. Azazel just laughed and then motioned for the participating members to follow him into the strategy room. Rias stayed behind and looked back apologetically at the annoyed blonde. I'm sorry you won't be able to participate with us. If the old devils in charge weren't so stingy. He waved it off. Forget about it. What about you? Nervous to be fighting Kaichu in front of everyone. Fighting in front of everyone isn't really a problem for me. The problem is trying to beat Sona. The redhead sighed. She beats me in pure tactical skill, but we outmatch her in strength and she knows it. So that means she is going to incorporate strategies and tactics around our power and pick us off. So I'll have to plan around that, but I'm certain she's already prepared for that as well. Sounds like you're psyching yourself out. Just imagine how much Sona has been thinking about this as well, hee. She fixed a strand of hair out of her eyes and smiled. What about you? What will you be doing during the match? Probably just making my way around and see what I can find. I'm in a castle after all. How about watching our match? How about watching the match from your room? Don't go in my room. Rias pouted. You're only allowed to go in there when I'm around. Yes ma'am. The couple chuckled before a soft cough interrupted their conversation. They looked over and saw Kaneko standing to the side. The white-haired rook had a small hint of color on her cheeks as she stepped up and looked at the whiskered man. Senpai, do you think I'll be alright using senjutsu? Absolutely. He instantly responded. You said you were going to use your power to help everyone, right? Well, this is your chance and you'll do great. Kaneko gave a small nod. You'll make sure to watch us, right? Rias chuckled as he nodded. Yeah, I'll be watching. Good. She held up her fist. Wish me luck. You don't need it, he said as he knocked his fist against hers. Kaneko gave a small smile and then ran into the room. He then looked to Rias. Go kick ass. Absolutely. Rias smiled, waving him off and stepping into the room to begin their strategy meeting. He was a little annoyed he wasn't allowed to participate in these games because he was technically an extra piece. Once he fully understood what the evil pieces were and how they worked, he was a little shocked how closely the devils kept to its principles. Hell, he trained with the guy who made them and it looked like he didn't give two shits about him violating the system. But no, apparently the rules for chess were super strict and so were the devils that kept them. Looking back, he accepted the rating game ban very easily, since he had already helped Rias out of the riser predicament, but now that he was a full member of the peerage and everyone else got to play while he stayed behind, it left him feeling a little unwanted. Oh well, Naruto shrugged, time to poke around and see what I find. Devil. It was only hitting him now that his girlfriend's family lived in a castle. And just how freaking big it was. Rooms upon rooms filled with everything imaginable, from ballrooms to entertainment rooms to music rooms to extravagant bathrooms to regular bedrooms. It was like they were prepared to suddenly accommodate 1,000 guests at once and do so without any difficulties. Every few rooms he peeked in, he spotted some of the Gremory staff sitting around viewings of the rating game. Apparently even the other servants were interested in seeing their young lady perform admirably in their favorite pastime. Did they have this much interest when they fought Riser's group the first time? That was Ria's first rating game if he remembered correctly. He heard some of the maids gasp and men cheer with joy as Ria's peerage made contact with Sona's and gained the first advantage. The young lady they've been watching over and raising since birth is finally starting to take her first steps into adulthood and follow in the tradition of many devils before her. So their excitement is to be expected, of course. He turned around to find Searsx standing behind him in a suit and his son, Milikas, standing by his side. The older crimson-haired devil smiled. I would have thought that after your intense battle, you'd like a little time to relax. Well, they aren't, so I don't think I should get the luxury. Naruto looked back at the match for a moment before closing the door and facing them out properly. Do you think they'll win? Well, I have faith in Rias and her peerage, so I believe they will pull through. And I have so much faith that I've already made a bet with Serafal that the winner can dump all of their paperwork on the loser for a week. Glad to see you have such pure faith in your sister. There's no reason to worry so much, Naruto-san. Milikas enthusiastically stated from his father's side. The young redhead pumped his arms as his eyes sparkled with wonder. Rias Nisama has been planning for this fight for a very long time. Sona Nisama may be very strong as well, but she won't be disheartened so easily. Just trust them a little and I'm sure they will pull through with a victory. Oh, I have trust in spades, but it's their nerves that I'm more worried about. But I guess they didn't just jump into this without considering how difficult it would be. So I guess you're right. Naruto shrugged with a chuckle. You're really excited about seeing Rias fight, aren't you, Milikas? Absolutely. It's my dream to one day participate in the rating game as well and climb up the ranks to become the champion. The young Gremory smiled, but I have to take that position from Rias Nisama first when I finally get there. It's her dream to reach that position first, and I know I'll have to fight her for it when the time comes. It was her dream to be the champion of the rating game. She never told him that. Although considering the fact he apparently wasn't allowed to participate in them, telling him she wanted to be the best player would just make him feel bad. Shit, he was just thinking about it and it made him feel a little guilty. Searsx laughed wholeheartedly and patted his son's head. You two want to be the best at the rating game, but you'll have quite a lot of competition to reach the top. The top 5 participants in the rating game are just as strong as a Mao, and the champion is so strong that it's believed impossible for anyone to take the position away from him. Naruto's eyebrow quirked in intrigue as Milikas nodded. Of course I know that, Otu-sama, but even Daowaser-sama will not be enough to sway me from taking the throne. I like that spirit, but Daihouser-san isn't the only obstacle. I'm sure for either you or Rias, the most immediate obstacle you have to face is Saraorg. Saraorg is participating in these things as well. Of course. Every young devil in your generation is finally starting to make waves and enter the rating game. There are so many young fighters with such startling potential that it's started garnering the attention of beings from other mythologies as well. Here, Searsx opened the door again. Let me. Yes. Goheim-sama. You can do it, Rias-sama. All of the servants started to erupt into cheers and boasts as Rias' team forced a member of Sona's peerage to retire. Naruto and Milikas were taken aback by the sudden boisterous cheering while Searsx simply chuckled. He coughed and got their attention. Excuse me. El Lucifer-sama. Great Mao-sama, forgive us for our misbehavior. We did not know you were there, Lucifer-sama. It's quite alright. I'm glad to see you all are so enthusiastic to see Rias perform so well. Sears X walked up to the screen. I just wanted to show our young guest something very quickly. I promise we will return to the match as soon as possible. The screen changed and the sight shifted from the interior of a mall to an empty coliseum instead. Naruto blinked in confusion at the lack of action or noise. Ria's match had the display of everyone fighting against Sona's peerage, and commentary during the whole thing. But this image was just an empty field without anyone saying a word. It took a moment for him to realize the reason for that was because of all the people lying across the ground and the one man standing in the middle of it all. Saraor grinned and cracked his knuckles, standing tall without a scratch or bruise on him while the unconscious form of Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas lay at his feet. An entire peerage defeated by himself without a scratch. Now he could see why this guy was so revered by Rias and the other devils. You might not be able to help her just yet in these raiding games, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to at all. The Mao reached back behind him and pulled out a knife in a new sheath. He placed it in Naruto's hand before patting the young blonde's shoulder. Maybe one day you'll have the chance to fight by their side on that field, but until then I just ask you to watch over them and keep them safe. The Lucifer smiled. There will be many more dire and threatening battles she and your friends will face soon enough, and it feels cruel of me to place this burden on you, but you better than the rest of them understand what can be lost in battle, and what that can do to someone. So please, protect them. He stood silently before smiling and nodding while flipping the new knife sheath in his hand. You didn't even need to ask me. Why do you think I went out and picked a fight with Kaniko's sister and the flea picker? Not gonna let them take or hurt anyone I care about. Naruto smirked. No worries. We're all ready for the fight ahead. Palingual. The screen changed back to the match in time to see Issei create a field around them and boast. That's right. I can hear the voices of your breasts. And they're telling me every move and attack you've got up your sleeve. Speaking to me, O wise and bountiful bosoms. Reveal onto me all my enemies' secrets. Ah, you're the worst. Just disgusting. There are special places in the underworld just for men like you. Truly you are the worst security in existence. Never mind. We might be more screwed than I thought. Devil. Otu-sama, I'm going to find Okawa-sama. I'm sure she's watching the match as well. Just be careful. Sears X waved his son off with a smile before chuckling towards the whiskered pawn. Would you believe that Rias was just as energetic as he is when she was a child? Oh, is she now? He chuckled mischievously. I'll have to remember that. Naruto-kun, Sears X spoke warmly as he turned to the younger man with a pleasant expression. I never thought the day would come where I would walk alongside Rias' love. For the longest time I thought that girl would avoid boys and relationships for most of her youth, but I suppose I was wrong. You have her complete love and trust, which makes me happy to see you two together. Naruto started blushing. Oh, thanks Sears X. And since you are the closest person in her life now, I have a duty I have to pass on to you, and it must be completed. Okay, what duty? This. Sears X pulled out his phone and showed the blonde an image of Rias sleeping as a younger girl. The little redhead napped peacefully, curled up in her bed and resting her head on her pillow with a teddy bear. You see, I used to make a collection of every moment I could get with Rias as she grew up. And one of my most treasured possessions is the record I have of her peaceful sleeping expression. But I haven't been able to continue my collection because she's gotten so much colder and moved to Japan. So I wanted to ask, since you sleep in the same bed, if you could, Naruto-kun. Just keep running. Focus on the running. Actually, sprinting sounded much more fun. Yep, sprinting through these halls as quickly as possible and away from the horrifying misconception that one of the strongest devils in the world was a Siskin asking him to tape his sleeping sister. Yeah, just a delusion he must be having due to some crazy unforeseen side effect of fighting Kuroka and Baiko. But what would definitely help him right now is a distraction. Anything. Anything in the world. He would take anything possible to put Sears X in the back of his. Ayak. Naruto stopped short of rounding the next corner as a figure came running around it as well and tripped over their feet when he nearly collided with them. The woman on the ground moaned and grumbled as she started picking herself up. Naruto's eyes were drawn to the nearly ethereal beauty of her long silver hair. In that hair was an odd pair of ornaments that looked like wings. As she picked herself up, he noticed that she was adorned in a strange set of armor and battle clothing that he had never seen before. In that bulky outfit he imagined it must have been hard to move, but she seemed to move with ease, the prior trip notwithstanding. She lifted herself up, standing just as tall as or even a little bit taller than him. Naruto's first impression was that she was a composed, elegant beauty. Oh. Her eyes widened before she nearly jumped at him with a frantic, terrified fear in her eyes. I'm sorry for nearly running into you, but I've lost someone and I'm trying to find them. Have you seen a man? Yay big, very long beard, quite old, with an eye patch, and a distinguished air around him. Please tell me you've seen him. On second thought, this lady might just be one big mass of nerves ready to explode. Sorry, I haven't seen him. Naruto was sure he had found the picture-perfect definition of crestfallen as her expression fell and she dropped to her knees. The color drained from her body as she sullenly muttered, I've failed. I'm supposed to be Odin-sama's personal guard, but I've managed to lose him in a foreign land right under my nose. I'll be shamed for this. I was the most accomplished Valkyrie in my class, but now here I am, a lonely failure who can't even keep an eye on an old man. He stood by silently as the neurotic woman lowered her head and started to weep. The pond took a cautionary step back as she continued to fall deeper and deeper into depression. He hesitated and bit his lip, shaking his fist as he wrestled with the decision. Walk away. Walk away and you will free us from this burden. But she's. Don't argue. Naruto, usually I can admire your empathy towards others, but right now I'm gonna teach you how to be apathetic. Cover your ears, sing a song, turn the other way. She's actually curling up into a ball. So an old guy got lost. That's not our fault. We shouldn't have to suffer for this. We should just find a screen and watch Rias match. Excuse me, miss. Damn you fool. You've forsaken us both. The silver-haired beauty sniffed and rubbed her nose as she looked up at him with teary eyes. The respected image she naturally gave off was now completely negated by the sad, almost pitiful look she had in her eyes. He scratched his head before offering his hand. I don't know who this guy you're looking for is, but if he's here then I'm sure we can find him. I mean it's just a castle. But he's gotta be close by, right? The beauty wiped her nose and whined, her big blue eyes shaking and watering before she nodded, why yes. I'm sure he's still around here somewhere. I just need to keep looking. Perhaps in an area with many impressionable young ladies in one concentrated place. Yeah, sure. He nodded to the side, I'll help you look for a little bit, okay. Thank you. She took his hand and was pulled up to her feet. You're very kind, young man. Call me Naruto. He said, so, let's get back to the hunt. Why yes. The woman nodded her head, her energy and drive reinvigorated as she sprinted down the hall. Odin-sama. Where are you? Please don't run away in an unfamiliar, foreign land. It's most unbecoming for a man of your position to be running amok in a place like this. Naruto followed her in a slow walk. What a weird lady. She's different. You're telling me. I am telling you. She's different from the others. Naruto pulled his sleeve and looked at his sacred gear. What is it, Kurama? I'm not sure, but that woman had a different air to her than the others. I've grown accustomed to human presence, being with them and you for so long. But I felt something was different when I reawakened, and I realized what it was when you told me you were a devil now. Then there was that meeting with the angel. And now we're around that jabbering raven so much that I notice that you all have different airs around you. Even that lecherous boy in your group has a tinge of something different in him. As did that little silver-haired bastard. I didn't know you could feel all of that. Naruto blinked and looked at the back of the running woman, and all those have different auras and feelings to them, huh? And this lady isn't like the rest of us. I don't know what it is but it's different. It's very odd. Odin-sama. The armored woman continued to call out, where are you? Excuse me, have you seen a bearded man around here somewhere? He has an eye patch. Perhaps you noticed someone flip your skirt or cup your butt in a hurry. Please, I'll never live this disgrace down if I can't find him. Makes you wonder why he decided to run off. Naruto rolled his eyes and nodded apologetically to all the Gremory household servants they passed that looked bewildered. At this rate they were going to have to apologize to everyone in the castle before they ever found this person she was looking for. It was just one old man. How hard could it be to Naruto paused at an intersection of hallways when he spotted something in his peripheral. It was an odd-looking hat peeking around a corner as the silver-haired woman's calls echoed through the hall. The blonde devil dipped aside and peeked around the corner to see a short, old man carefully sneak away in the opposite direction. Naruto made a sharp whistle that caused the old man to freeze in place. He looked over his shoulder with a nervous, wrinkly smile. One of his eyes covered with a metal patch. He whispered, stay quiet and I shall grant you your wildest dreams. Hey. He's over here. Oh fuck you kid. Odin-sama. The Valkyrie came dashing around the corner and nearly cried out in relief when she spotted the robed old man. She got on her knees and grabbed his hand. Oh thank you, I found you. I thought you had run off somewhere and caused another awful scandal with some young devil woman who didn't know any better and it would be a huge international accident and it would be blamed on me because I didn't keep an eye on you. I would have if you weren't so persistent. The old man known as Odin groused as he pulled his hand out of her grasp. How am I supposed to enjoy my vacation when you hound and pester me all the time? Vaka, Odin-sama, this is not a vacation. You came here as a political dignitary. You are a representative for the entire Northern Pantheon so that we may open up peaceful negotiations and treaties with the Christianity faction. Meh, potato. This is not a situation to be compared to potatoes in any way. Well, he could understand why she was fretting and nervous all the time. When Naruto first spotted the man he thought he was a respectable, sagely old fellow like the third Hokage. But apparently he was just a lecherous, procrastinating old fool that ran off and left his troubles with his subordinates while he succumbed to his perverted desires. So he was like Jiraiya. Well, looks like there are people like that in any world or realm. But since she found who she was looking for, then he was glad to help. Naruto. The whiskered man delved into his subconscious and emerged in the space he and Kurama shared. He looked up at the conflicted fox. What's up, Kurama? I don't know, but that man is just like that woman. He's different than the rest of you but it's on a completely different scale. Like it's something much grander and heavier to comprehend. Seriously. Naruto tiled his head. How can this old guy be that much different? Probably for a few reasons I'm sure. Naruto's eyes opened in shock and he turned to the old man in disbelief. The wrinkled old man had stopped arguing with his bodyguard and smirked mischievously. Naruto blinked. Did you hear my conversation with Kurama? Yes I did. He stroked his beard. I noticed you were focusing pretty hard and decided to take a look at what was going on in there. That fox of yours is quite a big fellow, isn't he? But he has quite a skill being able to feel my difference in presence from others. But that's just a place in my head for us to communicate. It doesn't actually exist. And you think I haven't dipped into metaphysical spaces before? Please boy, something like that isn't going to stop me. The old man chuckled. Gods have to have some tricks up their sleeves after all. Gee, gods. I suppose I should properly introduce you. The Valkyrie stepped up. Naruto-kun, this is Odin-sama, chief god of the Norse pantheon. King of the Aesir and chieftain of the north. Enemy of the wolf. The found. The gallows, burden. The spearman. Lord of the earth. First husband of. Alright, that's enough, we're gonna be here all day. Odin scratched his head. Geez Rossweiss I know you want to impress but at some point it's just gonna be brown-nosing. Sorry. The woman now introduced as Rossweiss blushed and bowed her head. I just thought you'd like your titles listed off. Well I'm old enough, we don't need to waste another century doing that. Odin slipped his hands into his sleeves. That's right young man, I am Odin, god of the Norse and king of the north. And before you say anything, no, I don't look like that Hannibal guy, and if you ask me if I want any fava beans I'll strike you down. I don't know what any of that means. And like that I already enjoy your company more than most of your age group. Naruto just stared at the short old man and examined him closely. He just blinked in silence. Are you really a god? Like an honest god? Well of course he is, Naruto-kun. Rossweiss answered, haven't you heard of the Norse gods before? I doubt he would have, considering where he comes from. Odin chuckled. You know the bats and the doves and crows kept telling me about some special kid that came from beyond the dimensional gap, but I didn't bother listening to everything they said. But it's you, isn't it boy, the lad that came here from a different world? The Valkyrie gasped, really? I had no idea it was you Azazel-san and Lucifer-sama were informing us about. Rosweiss looked the boy over curiously, do you really come from a different world? One without gods or mythologies? Well, I mean there were religions back where I come from, but I never actually met any of the gods of them like this. The closest thing we had was the god of shinobi, but I think that was more of a title than actual godhood. Naruto answered before looking at Odin. I heard there was other mythologies besides the one Rias brought me into, but I didn't think there were other actual physical gods. There are frankly a shit tons of us still walking around, actually. Odin chuckled. There are us chief gods, the gods under us in our pantheons which can number in the hundreds or even thousands depending on the mythology. Plus there are demigods like Rosweiss here that have been blessed with partial divinity. Needless to say we get around. Odin proudly stroked his beard. I had quite a big hand in that myself in my younger days when I was virile and still had the energy to break 100 beds. Why I had so many lovers. Oh Odin-sama, I don't think either of us want to hear these things. Well, suffice to say, I am many things but a god of pulling out ain't one of them. Naruto and Rosweiss grimaced. Oh don't pull that look. I'm more tame than Zeus, at the very least. That's not much of an accomplishment at all. Rabbits injected with hormones are more tame than Zeus-sama. Ha! Ain't that the truth? So this is a god. Apparently. I don't know what to say. Naruto blinked. Wait, hold on. You keep saying you're a god and she keeps saying your name, but I don't have a reaction. I get a headache when a god is mentioned, so why isn't anything happening now? Oh wow, that's funny. Odin laughed wholeheartedly before shaking his head. No my boy, that only applies to your mythology. All mythologies have different rules and cultures they adhere to. And other mythologies don't have to follow those rules as strictly. Since you're a devil, you can't step into a church without some serious problems occurring. I, however, being of a different mythology, can walk into one. It'd be frowned upon, but I can still do it. And since I'm of a different mythology outside of your own, you can hear the names Odin or Freya or Balder or Vidar and you'd be fine. But if you heard Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Ow. Since he's a religious figure in your mythology, the name affects you. But since I am of the Norse pantheon I can read off all those bigwig names and just laugh it off. 'Cause I'm still standing you losers. Ahahahaha. Odin-sama, that's in very poor taste. Yeah, and I have to ask that you not read the names of people that give me a migraine. Naruto groaned and he rubbed his forehead. You keep saying this Norse mythology thing, but why haven't I heard it before? You might just be an idiot. Odin-sama, that's rude. The Valkyrie reprimanded before turning to the new devil. You see Naruto-kun, until only recently most mythologies and pantheons kept to themselves. Until this alliance started, it was unheard of for different factions like this to be conversing and meeting with each other. And besides that, well, Rosweiss bashfully looked down. Much of the Norse following has diminished over the years. Odin frowned. Much of your religion has overtaken the areas that used to worship us in the past few centuries. However, with all these changes in the population's consciousness, Norse have gotten quite the resurgence in popularity, among some other pantheons. All these movies and programs based on us have brought us back into the public eye. But of course it comes with a cost. The old codger stifled a chuckle. I did find it amusing when someone noted that Loki looked nothing like that Hiddleston fellow from all the movies. Oh, nearly had a heart attack from how hard I was laughing. He had no idea what he meant, but didn't want to risk the attention. He'd ask Rias later to clear some of these things up for him. Rosweiss didn't seem to approve of Odin's maniacal laughter and looked up at him. Anyway, thank you very much for helping me find Odin-sama, Naruto-kun. She bowed her head respectfully. I am in your debt. She then offered her hand which he took. I hope we may meet again in the future, now that our groups are working in tandem. Yeah, me too. Wow. Odin looked shocked. I can't believe it, Rosweiss. You were actually able to leave a good impression on a male around your age. Quickly. Ensnare him. This will be your only chance. Oh Odin-sama. Rosweiss blushed and stomped her foot. That is entirely inappropriate. He is just an acquaintance. And besides, I must focus on my work as your bodyguard first and foremost. You're right, Rosweiss. The elder god nodded and looked at the young blonde. Sorry for teasing, my boy. But she does need to stay by my side. She was the top of her class in Valkyrie school, and as such she has the distinguished honor of being by my side. The silver-haired woman looked so happy she could cry. Oh Odin-sama, I didn't know. Of course it all comes with a cost. I mean here she is my by side, but what else does she have to show for it? A life with very few friends, very little life experience, and the only person in her entire class to not have a lover, let alone get laid. I mean with a body that fine and an ass that thick, you'd think she'd have suitors lined up for miles at the chance to be with her, but nope. All of it wasted on a strict, pesky girl with no social life, no love life, and two fingers that have had such a workout they could probably bend steel. A harsh thud landed to the side as Rosweiss dropped to her knees. Why do all my bad points outweigh my good ones? Is that who I am? Does all my hard work only amount to failures to riddle the tapestry of my life? It may be true that while all my fellow Valkyries were having relationships with their boyfriends and girlfriends, I was studying and training, but I was at the top of my class. Is that my only achievement? Will that be the only thing in my life with any meaning? Tears started dropping on the floor, but I wanted a boyfriend too. Do you think I'm happy like this? Still being a virgin while the rest of my classmates already punched their V cards. Working for an old man while I never get to experience the feeling of a man tenderly embracing me so that we can lie together in bed. I'm sexually frustrated too. But what am I supposed to do? Wah. Naruto looked down at the weeping woman after she had divulged more personal details than she probably would have done with a sound frame of mind. He looked up and saw Odin scurrying away and rounding the corner, away from his fragile and emotional subordinate. I think I figured out how he escaped the first time. Naruto wanted to help her up to her feet, but the silver-haired Valkyrie had resorted to curling up on the ground. He could empathize, but there was only so much he could do in one day. And so ended the first meeting Naruto had with the melancholic Valkyrie and the hentegami. Devil. So Issei's combination of listening to his opponent's breasts and using dress break had been surprisingly effective, as horrible as it was for him to admit that. Considering many of Sona's peerage were made up of females, he now understood the pervert's confidence before he went into the fight. Unfortunately, not everyone in the president's peerage was a girl, and the one boy in it had been prepared to face Issei specifically. And Issei's technique appeared to only work on girls. When one of them asked why he didn't just read Saji's movements by asking his breasts, the great Security responded heatedly by asking why he would want to hear a man's breasts. It made some kind of sense, but it was still really fucking stupid. And with that stance taken, Saji had activated his sacred gear and used it against his fellow pawn. Apparently he had a dragon in him as well, and it was some kind of renowned dragon king that was nearly as famous as the heavenly dragons. It shot some kind of line into Issei that connected to large jar that slowly filled up with blood. He tried to fight Issei off for as long as he possibly could, using his sacred gear to siphon off some of the power the pervert had built up with his boosted gear to power himself up and make the fight fairer. However, Issei's superior fighting experience proved too much and he handily beat the president's pawn into submission. Only to retire due to blood loss not long after. Some of these fights and techniques completely surpass what I want to understand, but they are still pretty interesting. I think so too. Naruto sat up on the couch. Kaichu knows she can't beat Ria's team in strength, so she's opting for other techniques instead. They eliminated Gasper using garlic, retired Issei by draining his energy and blood, and took out Xenovia by redirecting her own attack at her. But Kaneko seemed to be handling the fight with her senjutsu just fine. And Yuto got to wield a holy sword with the blessing Xenovia temporarily gave him. It looked like Ria's team was on the road to victory. That got him to smirk with joy. He snapped up to attention when he felt a soft hand settle on his leg. Naruto blinked in shock and looked aside at the person that had taken the seat by his side while he was distracted. His mind went immediately to the fact Rias had come by his side and put a hand on his leg. Then he realized it was just a woman who looked exactly like his girlfriend who was still on screen fighting her match. Oh shit. Hey Naruto, I think it's unfair for us both to have to suffer for you poking the bear, so I'm gonna go. No. Don't leave. Naruto-san. Yes. Naruto snapped to attention with a tinge of fear in his voice. Venelana seemed to put most of her attention on the screen, watching her youngest child and only daughter corner the last members of Sona's peerage and being moments away from claiming victory. A proud look filled her eyes as she showed a small smile. I'm so proud to see her claiming her victory like this. I always knew this day would come, but I was not ready for it to be here already. He looked back at the screen and saw Rias being congratulated by the remaining members of her peerage. She looked embarrassed but mustered a smile despite the color in her cheeks. It was one of the few times she wasn't trying to act mature and behaved like she had been taught to for so much of her life. Right now Rias just looked like a girl who had won the lottery. I never see her smile like that anymore. She's so focused on following the image she's made in this world that sometimes she loses track of how she really wants to act. The mother whispered in a soft voice, if she can have more of those moments with the ones she cares about, that would make me happy. And I wanted to thank you for fighting to keep that expression on her face. Venelana turned to the young man, thank you for fighting to keep Kaneko-san safe from those invaders. I'm sure Rias would have been devastated by that loss. And I know that young lady must also be relieved that she can finally face the demons of her past and move beyond them, with some much needed help. Thank you, Naruto-san. You're welcome ma'am. I hope you'll be able to watch over Rias for the foreseeable future. No problem there. Naruto nervously laughed before trying to sit up. Well, if that's all, I should probably go meet Every. Not so fast. Venelana's grip on his kneecap tightened wildly, making him gasp and fall back into the chair. There's something else I wished to discuss with you first. Searsex told me that you possess a very unique cloning technique that allows your clone's memories to return to you, is that right? He wordlessly nodded. That is extraordinary. He theorized that you can make training sessions far more useful by creating numerous clones to train at once. You should have told me this sooner, Naruto-san. Why is that? Because I would have devised a more specialized form of tutoring for you sooner. With the use of your clones, you can learn more of the material much faster than most others. It's wonderful. But ma'am. Searsex also told me that your clones exploded when damaged. So that means since you haven't popped yet, Venelana released her grip, that you really are the real Naruto-san. That's good to hear. Listen Naruto-san, I understand why you ran away during our first lesson, and I'm glad to see your training was fruitful in the end. A dark aura started to appear around the motherly devil as her destruction formed around her being. Naruto clammed up as she looked at him with a glare Rias couldn't begin to muster in a century, but if you try to escape like that again during my lesson, I will be very cross with you. Are we clear? Crystal, Venelana-san. Good. Venelana stood up and fixed her dress. Now follow me and prepare to create 100 clones. We have a lot of material to get through in a short amount of time. Oh, and please walk by my side if you can. I trust you not to try and slip away. But I like to be careful. Yeah, Naruto really wished he could have left like Kurama. Devil. Celebrate. Azazel popped the cork of the champagne bottle and laughed as it shot out like a geyser, ha ha ha. Alright, glasses ready. Come to the counter and get your treat everybody. Once again, most of us are underage. We can't drink. Devils that follow the rules. Man, never thought I'd live to see the day. The Governor-General cackled before taking a swig straight from the bottle. Ha, this is just disappointing. You all won your first official rating game and you won't even celebrate in the proper way. Well, most of us are tired, Azazel-sensei. Issei said, lying back in Asia's lap as he recovered from his severe blood loss. Most of the orc members were teetering on consciousness and just barely staying awake by reading or playing games. We can't exactly bring ourselves to party right now. Maybe we can celebrate more when we get home. Oh, that sounds like a better idea. And we just made a nice place which will be a lot of fun to party. Don't. Rias snapped and glared at the fallen angel. You are not holding a party at that hotel right as we get back. I don't trust you or whatever you consider to be a good time. The redhead frowned when he just waved off her demand before she turned back to the man at her side. She rubbed his head. Are you okay? No. The whiskered man whined as he rubbed his eyes. Your mother is a slave driver. 100 fucking clones studying devil history all at the same time. There's only so much room in my head. I know the names of all the pillar houses now, but I'm pretty sure I lost a ton of other shit. Yuto laughed. Well, at least you'll have impressed Benelana-sama with your knowledge now, Naruto-san. That's right, whoever you are. I'm gonna impress what's her name when we go back to wherever we came from. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun, or my name isn't something or other. He rubbed his head. I have such a headache. Naruto nearly felt his pulse through his brain as his whole head ached. But suddenly the exhaustion and pain started to alleviate with a pair of small hands settled on his temple. His eyes opened and he saw Kaneko with her ears out silently focusing on curing his fatigue. When she was done, Naruto held his head and realized the pain was gone. Better. Yeah, so much better. That was very nice of you, Kaneko. Rias thank you for helping him. No problem, Bucho. Kaneko turned around and then sat back on Naruto's lap. Kaneko. That's not a seat. That's my lap. It's my seat now. Kaneko. Rias stammered in surprise, what are you doing? I fought the whole raiding game with my senjutsu, and I just helped Naruto-senpai with his migraine. I think I deserve a reward. Kaneko's ears flicked up. Viola. Sitting on his lap is not a reward, young lady. I think it is. Whoa. Zenobia stared in amazement. I didn't know Kaneko was so take charge. That is so not fair. Kaneko-chan. You've grown up a little bit. Gasper raised his thumb in support from his box. Naruto just sat there and blinked in confusion as his girlfriend argued with Kaneko about her seating arrangement. Hee. Azazel chuckled as he raised the bottle of champagne again, definitely found something to celebrate for. The old man cleaned off his counter and wiped down his tools. On a good day he would feel sweat on his brow from being overworked by all the orders he was given. On bad days his utensils would just build up gunk from sitting around in the bowls and oils waiting to be used. Today was definitely one of those days. Just as he contemplated hanging up the sign and calling it early, he heard the door open and someone walk in. He looked up and nearly jumped back in surprise at the young man that walked in. Hey, I don't want any trouble, kid. The young man looked like a foreigner, or at least mixed with his spiky blonde hair. His orange and black outfit was torn apart from its zipper and whatever mesh clothing he had underneath had clear damage to it. He was dirty and ragged, covered in either grime or something he could only fear was blood. Was he some kind of thug? Seriously, kid, I will call the authorities if you try anything. The boy with whiskers on his face tiredly shuffled to the front of the counter and sat back in a seat. He kept his head hung low and muttered something. The older man strained his ears to hear. He cautiously leaned in closer to try and hear him. Miso, ramen, please. Miyamoto looked at the boy skeptically after the sudden order the stranger had placed. Wary of the newcomer and keeping a close eye on him as he stepped over to his station, he started getting to work on the order. He saw through the corner of his eye that the young blonde man swayed and struggled to stay in his seat like he was ready to drop back and sleep right then and there. Order up. He placed the bowl in front of his only customer and watched as the raggedy boy stared down at his presented meal. The young blonde grabbed his chopsticks and with a little snap broke them into two. He clapped his hands together and let his utensils hover just over the broth as he waited. Something dropped into the ramen and made the broth wrinkle. Happy birth. Hey. Miyamoto quickly came around the counter and dropped to his knees besides the boy that suddenly keeled over. He came to the lad's side and slipped his hand under the boy's shoulder to lift him up, seeing the young blonde struggle to breathe and his face drenched in cold sweat. Hold on, kid, just hold on. The old man fished out his cell phone and called the emergency number. Help, some kid came into my store and just passed out. No, he's sick or injured or something, I don't know. Please hurry. He might not last until the ambulance got here. Devil. You seem unusually chipper since you came back from your holiday. I do. Naruto asked as he wiped the bowls and plates down at his station. I hadn't noticed. I have. Rias said from the counter as she leisurely sat with her bowl of noodles, a notebook in her hand and a smile on her face. Kaneko sat beside her king and easily dug into her third helping as the redhead smiled at her boyfriend. I think you're enjoying your free time back at the ramen shop after our trip. The older man laughed. That's sweet. Missed the old store that much while you were away. More like I'm glad to have a small amount of normalcy back now that we're home. So many days of training with Searsex and his crazy monster friends, fending off Kaniko's psychotic sister, meeting a god that really sucked out the amazement of meeting a god, and then suffering through the unending hell of studying under Venelana's tyrannical eye. A shiver went up his spine, plus it'll be good to get some money again after all this time away. Oh right, you need as much of your paycheck as you can get to cover your rent at that shitty complex, right? I still can't believe you allow yourself to live there. That place has to be in some kind of violation of the Geneva Convention. Actually, the complex was bought out by someone else and refurbished recently, so it's not as bad as it was before. Rais informed, you wouldn't even recognize it. Literally. Because it wasn't a shitty little apartment complex anymore, but a towering hotel that didn't belong in the middle of a low-income area. Oh, well ain't that fortunate. Miyamoto laughed heartedly before looking to the redhead woman, but I'm relieved. It was bad enough when he had to stay there, but when I heard you were living there too I was worried for your safety. Why weren't you worried for mine? Well, it's completely fine now. Although that's not to say it's still not dangerous. In fact, it might be more now than it ever was before. Ria's eyes twitched with her peeved expression as she aimlessly glared forward. It's under new management, and it's safe to say the new owners are a couple of idiots unlike any the world has seen before. Kaniko stopped eating and Naruto stopped cleaning to give a quick nod in agreement before continuing what they were doing. Huh, well that's unfortunate to hear. The middle-aged man apologized. Oh, it's not all bad. The Gremory girl relented with a chuckle. I convinced the new owners to make some changes, and I even got to name the new building myself. She sat up proudly with her arms folded under her breasts. I named it Arashi Heights. The cleaning came to an abrupt halt as eyes turned to Naruto. The blonde put down his sponge and plate and sighed before turning around to see Ria's coy smile. He narrowed his eyes. I really hope that naming choice was coincidental. I think we both know it wasn't. Can you please change that name? I could, but I chose it because I like it. I like it too. Kaniko piped up in between slurps of her ramen, very tall, and stormy. You're talking about the hotel building, right? The short freshman blinked in silence before returning to her meal. Naruto frowned. I don't want people walking through seeing that eyesore and immediately associating it with me. It's like my damn name is on the thing. It is. Miyamoto tilted his head. I thought your name meant fishcake. No. I told you it meant maelstrom. That was one of the first things I told you. He groaned before turning to his girlfriend. Change it to something else. Like the Gremory Deluxe Lodgings or Kuo Grand Hotel or fucking whatever fancy building. Rias tapped her cheek. Now that last name has potential, but I think we'll stick with Arashi Heights for the time being. He glowered and she giggled. Oh come on, it's kind of funny. Why do you enjoy making me suffer? Hee. Miyamoto shook his head. Maybe you two should keep your disgustingly cute lover's quarrel for when you get home. Yep. Barf-inducing. Kaniko noted as she finished her last bowl and stacked it on top of the others. The white-haired girl let out a breath of relief before turning in her seat. Boss, why aren't there any customers here today? Kaniko was noting the unfortunate fact that besides her and Rias, no one else was occupying the empty space of the restaurant or making orders. Despite it being summer vacation still, and even the lunch hour, no one had come to eat with them. Oh yeah, we're apparently losing business. Naruto said with a frown as he stepped over to the counter. Apparently there's a new store opened just down the road that sells soba and ramen and everything, Noodle World. It's supposed to be the start of some big new franchise that's going to sell food like that all over the country and even internationally. That name sucks. I think so too, but they sell food well. They're starting in a few districts, and this is one of them. They have more cooks and servers, and can get out to more people than we can. Miyamoto casually shrugged, the older man accepting the lack of business as it was. I mean lately I've been holding down the fort by myself. Can't expect much in the way of good customer service when you only have one old guy doing the work. I'm sorry about that, Gramps. I've been really busy lately. But hey, that won't be a problem anymore. Naruto smiled. Thanks to a little trick I relearned recently, I can help around the place while also getting attendance at school. I think you have that mixed up. Rias spoke up. I think you meant to say that you can work hard and learn at school while also assisting Miyamoto-san with his business. Yeah, sure, that's exactly what I meant. Ah, this is a quaint little place. The small group looked over at the entrance and saw 3 people stepping into the little ramen shop. 2 of them were men in expensive suits, while the middle one was a beautiful, buxom woman in business attire that showed off her considerable curves. They held themselves up in high regard and looked around the shop with disinterest as the woman stared at the people at the counter. She put on a smug smile and pulled off her glasses. Can I assume you're the proprietor of this little hole in the wall? That would be me. Miyamoto nodded. How can I help you? We're the representatives and executives of the Noodle World establishment of Kuo Town. We had heard there was a privately owned ramen store close to us and came to see it for ourselves. One of the men said as he looked around. He spotted Rias and Kaneko sitting at the counter and smirked as he pulled 2 vouchers out of his pocket. Hello there ladies, I see you've come to enjoy a bowl of ramen. If you want the best ramen around, you should come over and visit our restaurant. I promise it will blow your mind. Kaneko made a show of taking the voucher and immediately tossing it aside as Rias took hers and examined it carefully. A delicate eyebrow rose as she turned to regard the franchise owners. So what do you hope to accomplish by coming to visit a small shop like this? Going by your attitude and confidence, it hardly seems like you're scouting out your competition. It seems more like you're taking a victory lap. Oh, perish the thought. The businesswoman waved off the redhead's observation with a chuckle that carried just a hint of self-satisfaction. She looked towards the graying man. We just thought it was rather unfortunate for you to be located here just down the street of our new location. We're just starting to settle down and we're already getting quite a number of customers. And if your only workers are yourself and that young man beside you, then I'm afraid you won't be able to keep afloat for very long. Miyamoto nodded. And what does that matter? We hate to see people such as yourself fall into disarray because of us. One of the men said as he pulled out his checkbook. He flipped it open and showed it off to his audience. We would like to sign you a check for this property and ask that you sell this space and building to us. You can use the money to settle down nicely, add it to your retirement fund, and we can have this building to add to our inventory. Rias looked put off. You'd come here personally just to purchase a man's business on a whim. Seems a tad frivolous and exceptionally arrogant. One of the men shrugged. Well, he could sell the store to us, or wait a few weeks and watch it go bankrupt all by itself. Personally, I'd take the money and enjoy my free time. I think you should go. Miyamoto answered. The 3 executives looked between each other and complied by walking out. The woman lingered for a moment and stayed at the entrance with a smile. We hope you'll reconsider and see things from our point of view. But please hurry, because our offer might decrease the longer we wait. Oh, and please enjoy your trip to Noodle World when you get around to it. The business people finally stepped out and left them in silence to mull over what had happened. What a bunch of cunts. They looked at Kaneko in surprise as the young freshman crossed her arms. Say what you want, but you know I'm right. Devil. You look annoyed. You feeling okay? Nope. I'm pissed off from what those assholes said today to Gramps. Naruto angrily muttered as he and Rias sat back on a couch while some program played on the TV. One of the rooms of the Arashi Heights was a large, packed media room filled with every kind of game, system, and screen imaginable. And apparently it was a room on a floor for private use, so maybe not everything about Azazel's renovation was bad. However, it was clear that he really couldn't enjoy any of these new things while those executives and their attitude stayed in his mind. Rias shuffled around and turned to look at him. That's just how business works. One place opens, and then another that's bigger and works faster puts it out. I'm sorry, but there's not a lot we can do to change that. I know. But it still pisses me off. Rias placed her hand to his cheek and made him look at her. She shook her head. It'll be okay. Miyamoto-san can use some of his retirement fund to hold himself over until he finds a new job. Or he can just start relaxing from now on. He doesn't have his retirement fund anymore. Her blonde boyfriend grumbled before shaking his head. He used it up and hasn't been able to make it up yet. Family. He and his wife are divorced, and he hasn't had any contact with his son in years. It's just him. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and I can't just let everything he's worked for fall apart like that. I see. Rias sat up. pulling away from Naruto as she reached into her pocket and pulled out the voucher she had received from the businesspeople. She turned around and smiled at him. Then I suppose we just can't give up so easily. Hey, you two decent. The door opened and Azazel walked in with a tablet in his hand as he worked over the screen. I've been working all day on some very serious matters with both the school, the hotel, and also setting up meetings with other political figures that could end up changing the very nature of the world. In other words, he tossed the tablet over his shoulder for a satisfying crack. I'm bored as shit. Anyone up for playing me in a fighting match? I promise I'll only kick your asses to the bare minimum. Not now, Azazel. Naruto and I are planning something out. Oh, that sounds almost interesting. What is it? Rias rolled her eyes before holding out the voucher. The Governor General took the slip and eyed it curiously. You going out to eat? No, we're trying to figure out how we can help out the place I work at so it doesn't close down thanks to these assholes that set up shop close by. Oh, corporate espionage. The fallen angel seemed especially intrigued. Can I join? Rias stared. No. Oh. Well, that's just cruel. Naruto, I think this will be quite beneficial. The lovely Gremory stepped up to the couch and looked down at her boyfriend. Not only will we help Miyamoto-san, but you'll be completing your first ever contract as a devil. Devil. A group of 2 high school boys and 2 girls ran up. They were left panting for air after their quick sprint over. Hey, is this the place? His friend nodded. I think it is. But look how packed it is. There are so many people. One of the girls said as she pulled her friend's sleeve. So many other people from school are already here. Are we ever going to get a seat? Several men walked out of the store and spotted the group of 4. They stepped up to them. Hi, will it be all 4 of you today? They nodded. Would you mind eating outside? No, it's not that hot out today. A table was brought out and they were offered several chairs for them to sit down on. When they were situated, the employee simply walked away before taking their orders or anything. One of the girls frowned. Well, that's just rude. How are we supposed to order if our waiter? He isn't a waiter. Just a worker. I'll be taking your orders today, NYA. The high school students looked over in surprise to see a stoic little angel in a maid outfit and with realistic white cat ears and tail. They gawked in surprise as Kaneko tilted her head curiously. Is something the matter, NYA? Kaneko-chan. Oh my god, she's so cute. Are you really here right now? Cat maid. She's a cat maid. Can we take pictures of you? Kaneko remained quiet but held up a peace sign. Better take them quick and then place your orders, NYA. Pictures and selfies were taken and Kaneko got their orders written down as they came down from their joyful high. She closed her notebook and made her way back inside before one of the men walked beside her. Thanks for doing this. Bucho said you were going to help boss after the crap those jerks in suits said yesterday, so I was jumping at the chance to help. The girl looked up and eyed the man carefully. I really can't believe that's still you. It'd look weird if there were a dozen of me running around the place. Thankfully I remembered how useful transformation was. But I promise it's still me. Naruto gave a familiar smirk despite his change in appearance. He then looked at the short freshman. Are you sure you're okay with your ears and tail out? I said I wasn't going to let these things hold me back anymore, and I'm sticking to it. She shrugged. Plus no one thinks they're real. They look at me and... Oh my god, it's an adorable loli doing a cat-maid cosplay. Can we take a picture? Kaneko followed their request and then looked up at the transformed Naruto clone. He gave an understanding nod before they walked in to see the hectic landscape inside the shop. Every table and seat was filled with high school students and people that had heard about the new waiting staff. Okay, I think I've written down everything you asked for. Zenobia said to a group of underclassmen in a butler outfit that hid her assets and made her look much more masculine. She had been writing down their orders in Japanese for nearly a minute now, but the girls were just so charmed by her appearance that they didn't mind. That knight proudly nodded. I'll get your orders out as fast as I can. And if I got anything wrong, please make sure to tell me. You could do nothing wrong, Zenobia-senpai. You look so cool. Doesn't matter how I look. How am I supposed to learn if you don't tell me when I make mistakes? So diligent tilde. Excuse me. A table of girls gasped and squealed in delight as a silky soft voice got their attention. Standing with a tray in his hand was Yuto, dressed in a tuxedo and looking even more dashing than ever. The blonde swordsman showed the table what he was carrying as he carefully placed their orders before them. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. We can only cook so much so quickly. It's completely fine, Kiba-kun. We wouldn't want to overwork you. Hey Kiba-kun, one of the girls dared to ask as all their faces were pink with excitement, why did you decide to wear a tuxedo? Yuto smiled and pulled at the collar of his outfit. Oh, it wasn't my idea. When Bucho suggested we do this, she said I should wear something fancy. He showed a charming smile, and it's not like I could ever say no to Bucho. So cool. To the side, a table of college men watched the disgusting scene of Yuto's fangirls fawning over him. Scowls twisted their faces as they growled, I didn't come all this way just to see some guy get hit on by some horny girls. Yeah, I came for a sexy maid and to ease some sexual frustration. Now all I'm being reminded of is my continued lack of a girlfriend. I'm not paying to see this. Let just. Hello boys tilde. A sweet, sultry voice caused them all to freeze with shudders running up their spines. They looked up and realized they, along with most eyes in the store, were staring at the lady coming to take their orders. She was dressed in a short female server's outfit, that accentuated her curves and hugged her considerable bust so tightly people were worried that it might pop open. Her long ponytail was curled at the end and her wide hips swayed as she strolled up to the table. Akino smiled devilishly, I'm so sorry for taking so long. I was just trying to get some other work done and thought taking orders could wait. Aren't I just naughty tilde? Her husky voice made them all gulp in shock as she pulled out her notepad, bring it up her chest and sitting on the table. She made a show of crossing her long, slender legs for everyone to see before looking at them, so may I take your orders? The college students just randomly poked over the menu while keeping their eyes glued to her skin. You gentlemen know that you pointed to everything on the menu, right? They nodded. So one of everything. Nodded again. Well alright then. Akino pulled herself off the table and went over to the counter to pass the order along. Her hips swayed with her walk, and every eye followed the lovely woman as she made her way through. Kaneko and the Naruto clone watched her walk away before he muttered, I'm surprisingly thankful for just how frightening she can be. Men are pigs. Kaneko muttered as she glared hatefully at the curves of her senior. She then turned to the tall man beside her, promise me you won't be as much of a pig as them or Issei-senpai. Why do I have to be a pig at all? Because Bucho is already starting to corrupt your mind, and you ogling Kuroka Nisama pretty much proved it. Plus whatever Zenobia-senpai is doing to get you all jumpy probably doesn't help. She patted his arm softly with a pitying look in her eyes, you've already been taken, but you don't have to fall into total depravity if you don't want to. Naruto stood there in silence as Kaneko wiped the fake tears from her eyes and walked away. His face twisted with a scowl before he groaned and went back to work. Senpai, Kaneko called as she came to the counter, I have some more orders for the people outside. Thank you. The original Naruto snatched up her note and came back over beside Miyamoto as the ramen shop owner toiled away at his ration. He pinned the note up, we got a few more orders on wait. Damn, I never thought we'd get this much business in just one day. The middle-aged man chuckled as sweat covered his brow while he worked. I don't think I can give your new friends enough thanks for what they've done today. All of it goes to Rias. She's the mastermind. I'll remember to thank her personally when I have the time. Well, we got a ton of work to do right now, so focus on the job right now and worry about kissing her boots later. Naruto cut some vegetables together before yelling over his shoulder, hey, busboy, you better be cleaning those bowls. I see one speck of dirt on them and I'll cut your pay in half. Why you aren't even paying me, senpai? We're doing this as a favor. Issei cried back as his hands furiously blurred over the dirty dishes in the sink. His hair hidden with a hairnet and a dirty apron covering his chest as he annihilated the dirt. He turned with a scowl, why the fuck do I have to do all the cleaning while everyone else is waiting tables? Because half the people here are women and who knows what kind of sick shit you'd do if you had to get up close and take their orders. Women would actively be afraid of the idea that you might lick their utensils or spit into their broth. That's some psycho stalker bullshit you're talking about right there. You know I don't do shit like that. Yeah, but you're constantly staring at boobies and drooling over them. Do you have any idea how unnerving that is to customers? Issei chewed on his lip before giving a reluctant nod. Okay, I guess I can't really argue that point. We need you to keep washing while we keep cooking. Leave everyone else to entertaining the crowd. Aya. Everything in the little shop came to a halt after the sudden cry and loud crash. Bowls of ramen had cracked and shattered on the ground, and all of their contents had spilled over the floor. And at the center of this mess was a long curtain of gold hair with a fringe coming out at the top of it. The lovely young lady was dressed in a cafe-made outfit, with a top that showed her cleavage and stockings that went up to her thighs. Oh no. Asia gasped as she pulled herself up to her knees and fretted about the mess she made. The young nun started to whimper before looking around the restaurant. I'm so sorry everyone. I didn't mean to make a mess or disturb your lunch. I just tripped over my foot and all this. She paused and wiped her eyes before looking towards the counter. I'm sorry Naruto-san. It's okay little lady. Just an accident. We all have them. No worries. Naruto and Miyamoto watched in surprise as the entire restaurant started to console and lift the sad girl's spirit with words of encouragement. Issei stopped cleaning and sagely nodded his head. No one would dare be angry or upset with an employee as sweet and innocent as Asia. Oh, that made sense. It's okay Asia, don't worry about cleaning up the mess. We'll clear everything up. This time all eyes were on the lovely crimson-haired woman that came dressed out in business attire. Jaws nearly dropped to the ground as Rias fixed a pair of glasses up her nose and helped Asia get up to her feet. She fixed the younger girl's appearance up before smiling warmly. We have someone on duty to do it. Gasper. A door to the side flew open and a short figure stood in it ready for the fight. They had a bucket filled with water and a garbage pail in one hand, with a mop and broom in the other. They had a small, slender, undeniably feminine physique that was dressed in maid attire as well. It would have been quite the treat for the customers to see, if it wasn't for the fact the person had a creepy paper bag with holes over their face. Janitor Gasper is ready to help. The young bishop announced as he dragged his stuff over to the mess and prepared to clean it up. Thanks for letting me help, Bucho. It's all right Gasper, Rias happily said as she watched the Dampier start to clean things up while the patrons went back to their meals. I knew you wouldn't like to wait the tables so I hope you're okay just cleaning things up. I'm absolutely okay with it. The little freshman nodded as his bag bounced on his head. I don't have to be in the crowd. I can stay in the supply closet until I'm needed. I can wear my bag on my head, and I still help with Naruto-senpai's request. It's still a little weird. Kaneko commented as she walked by with another order in her hand. No it isn't, Kaneko-chan. You know my bag is essential for me to be out with other people. I meant more about the fact that you're just sitting around in a closet and you still insisted on wearing a maid outfit, Gaia-kun. It looked comfortable. Miyamoto chuckled and looked at his whiskered employee. I never knew you kept such lively and odd company, Naruto. They latched on pretty quickly and I couldn't get them off. The blonde teen remarked with a nervous chuckle and sweat. When he looked up he saw a certain redhead watching him as she moved around the counter to join them. And where were you this whole time? Handling some other business with an associate. But I left the rest of the matter to them, so it should be fine. Rias pulled off her glasses with a sigh and let them hang off her lapel. And how have things been proceeding here? Everyone is staring at the help and ordering food to get their favor. Much better than it was when it was just the two of us. Miyamoto answered with a hearty laugh. I really need to thank you, Rias-san. This was a great idea. Well, I thought about the process, but it was Naruto who thought we should do something to help. Rias said, with all these customers, I'm sure we're taking back some of the interest from Noodle World. Should I be concerned that your first strategy to pretty much sell sex was so successful? The crimson-haired devil shrugged at her boyfriend's inquiry as she showed a devilish leer. He wiped his brow and smirked victoriously. So what do you think? Will this be enough to stick it to those smug pricks from the other place? Not even close. Rias said with a shake of her head. This is only one day of significant profitable increase compared to an entire upcoming franchise's daily revenue. If we wanted to see a permanent increase like this, then we would need people on staff at all times to continue this theme indefinitely. And that would require numerous full-time employees and wages for them as well. Even then that would only be holding back larger businesses like Noodle World for so long until they adapted. His expression fell and he showed his worry before she smiled knowingly at him. Don't worry. The goal of this request is to help Miyamoto-san, and that's what we're going to do. Well, isn't this quite a stir-up compared to the other day? You certainly changed things up for the better, didn't you? Recognizing the haughty tone almost immediately, eyes flitted up to see the same three franchise executives standing in the doorway, purposefully blocking out any potential customers from seeing the food or employees. Greetings. Akino was the first to make a move and walked up to greet the businesspeople with a pleasant smile on her face. Would you all like a seat? No thank you. We aren't looking to stay here for very long. The businesswoman said, her amusement evident in her voice as she looked the senior student over with a hint of derision. She laughed to herself, to think they would resort to cheap tricks like hiring a pretty young lady to get their customers stirring. Quite sad, don't you think? She waited for her associates to parrot her point, but they remained silent at her sides. She looked to both sides and saw the men too distracted by Akino to properly respond. Specifically, the area below her neck but above her midriff. The businesswoman scowled and elbowed her cohorts in the ribs hard enough to make them double over. Whipping her hair over her shoulder, she stepped up to counter and smiled challengingly at the owner. I guess you aren't ready to quit or go quietly with grace. Miyamoto shook his head. Some of the young blood convinced me to keep trying until I can't keep going. It's hard for an old man like me to give up when they're so damn inspiring. Clearly. Well, if you are adamant to keep the business going despite its uncertainty, we can't change that. One of the suited men said with a casual shake of his head as he looked around. It's clear that even though your employees were the one garnering so much attention, your food and service has been able to keep them staying for more. Damn straight. Issei ran up to the counter from the sink to face the executives. Naruto-senpai and Miyamoto Ojiazan put all their love and passion into these bowls. You jerks think you can just walk in and expect them to walk out like nothing just because you said so. No way in hell are they gonna give up that easily. Clearly, the executives nodded and seemed to accept their defeat. However, one of the men then showed a smug smile and snapped his hands, but you might want to give one of our bowls a try before you start deciding that we've been done in so easily. On demand, an employee with a Noodle World apron ran in with a large serving tray in hand. Everyone watched as he made his way to the counter and laid the tray out before pulling off the top. It revealed a ramen bowl covered in a wrapper to keep the heat and flavor in. The employee quickly peeled off the wrapping and exposed the new dish for the entire crowd. People were taken aback by the delectable aroma that lifted from the bowl and assaulted their nose. The scent of the broth, noodles, and meat was enough to immediately make mouths salivate. The noodles peeked out of golden brown liquid with little flecks of vegetables flittered over it. The executives of Noodle World smiled victoriously as the woman stepped up and pointed at the bowl. Would someone like to try out our special new dish? Miyamoto tapped his young friend's back. Naruto, you better dig in before you stain your shirt. It isn't that bad. The whiskered devil quickly wiped his mouth clean before anything could come out. Everyone watched the blonde with their full attention as he gulped and reached out for the hefty bowl of ramen. He pulled it in and looked down at it with a hunger in his eyes. As a ramen connoisseur, he couldn't pass up the chance to have such a delicious, hot bowl of ramen right in front of him. But he was the old man's employee and friend, and if he did this and praised it for its taste. Naruto grit his teeth before taking the plunge and grabbing a pair of chopsticks. All of the customers, employees, and executives watched in silence as the blonde devil devoured the bowl of ramen like it was nothing. He breathed in the broth and noodles like they were air, chewing down on the meat and extra bits with ferocity until he was completely finished. He slammed the bowl down and stifled his burp as he stood in silence. His shoulders shook and he bit down on his lip. He felt a pat on his shoulder from both sides as Miyamoto and Rias consoled him. It was really good, wasn't it? Naruto's mouth opened and closed repeatedly as he struggled not to compliment the enemy's dish. Rias patted his head. It must have been really good. Indeed. That's a Noodle World specialty. A recipe prepared by one of our finest and faithfully shared between our restaurants. One of the men announced, looking around the room and explaining the product to the people instead of simply to their competitors. This dish is one of the most delicious meals we offer at Noodle World. Of course I won't lie and tell you it won't cost you, but perhaps we can persuade you to come and try it with a few free samples. Several more employees ran in through the door with trays in their hands. They pulled off the tops and showed the assortments of cup ramen they had on the platter for the people to try. The customers immediately took to the offered food and snatched it up. With the samples already opened and prepared with hot water, the customers dug into their new meals. Oh my god. This is delicious. I don't think I've ever had a bowl of ramen this good. I need to save up my allowance. I need to have this as soon as possible. It was clear to the orc that had lent their help to the little ramen shop. The attention and mood were changing from supporting their food to the interest in these new bowls offered by the folks in business attire. The executives showed victorious smirks as they walked out. Some people just went back to casually talking about other things while they enjoyed the new ramen. But some paid off their bills and made their way out to visit the other ramen joint down the road. They had lost the battle, and suffered for it. Devil. It was a good idea handing out these samples to our customers. Rias remarked as she sat down with one of the cup ramen noodle World offered. She took in a strand of noodles and slurped it up before letting out a satisfied sigh, affecting your competition's customers by offering some of your best product in a much smaller amount than a bowl saves money while also getting the desired effect across. You seem to have a lot of praise to give the guys that are stealing our customers. Weren't you the one that started it by eating the ramen and failing to deride it? Rias returned as Naruto hung his head and sighed angrily. The couple sat outside of the restaurant during a break Naruto was forced to have by Miyamoto. Rias grabbed a piece of meat with her chopsticks and ate it quickly. He's only telling you to calm down because you seem so stressed. You seem even more wound up than he is about this whole situation. Well, because I think the old man has pretty much resigned to the idea of the shop closing down. He's just okay with things ending now as they are and I'm not. You want to make sure he can live comfortably, don't you? Naruto sighed and ran his hand up his face and through his hair. He used what money he had to pay for my recovery and treatment when I came to this world. I'd have died if it wasn't for what he did. So I owe him pretty big. And if I can't repay him and help him get back the money he needs to retire, he might never get a chance to rest. And if that's because of me. I know. Naruto paused as he felt Ria's hand settle on his knee in a show of support. He looked up and saw his distinguished girlfriend lift the cup back and eat the rest of its remains. Once she finished, she put it down and wiped her mouth. That was a delicious recipe. But I think we can do better. He stared at her in disbelief. Are you serious? That was one of the most delicious bowls of ramen I've ever had. I think so too. But that doesn't mean we can't beat it. Rias said as she stood up and straightened out her skirt. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small notebook. She winked. If my plans don't pan out, then we still need to do the best we can to help Miyamoto-san. And if that means we test a few things out, then so be it. Test what out? Recipes. Rias flipped her notebook open and thumbed the pages. I may have to revise it a little, but I'm sure I have one that can help us retaliate against those people. You have a ramen recipe. Why do you have a ramen recipe? Were you going to make ramen or something? Rias remained silent and covered her face by looking intently at her notebook. However, Naruto could still notice how her ears flushed and turned red with his attention. You were going to make ramen. Why? What do you mean why? Isn't it obvious? Rias looked miffed as she pouted. It's your favorite food. I wanted to try making it for you at least once. Seriously. Don't look so shocked. Besides, the surprise of it is ruined now. Rias inspected her notes before her eyes glinted challengingly. Unfortunately, I'll have those folks in suits trying out my new specialty before anyone else. Akano. Asia. Rias called out to the two waitresses as she entered the shop. You'll need to take a break. I need your assistance with something important. B. Bucho-san. Era, you seem fired up, Bucho. I wonder why. I'll tell you why, Akano. Rias smiled. We're going to change the tides of battle with one fatal move. Devil. We got that little rinky-dink place good with the sample visit. Great idea with the cup ramen, by the way. Of course. If it isn't in a bowl, ramen is best in a cup. Which reminds me, maybe we could try venturing out of just the restaurant and start selling our own brand of cup ramen as well. We'll take it up with the others on the board later. For now, just enjoy the fact we're about to make our proper debut. The businesswoman leaned back in her chair, high on their victory as she smiled contently. When Noodle World starts to expand, we can all lay back and. Excuse me. The group in business attire looked over and spotted the blonde man and the crimson-haired woman standing in the doorway. They turned and faced the young duo before noticing that the once prisant and well-dressed young woman now had some smudge on her face and flour over her arms. She wiped some sweat off her cheek before looking at the executives directly. Hello again. Sorry to be a bother, but I just finished preparing our new dish and I thought I'd inform you. The executives looked bewildered. Well, thank you for keeping us updated. We'll be waiting at the shop for you to taste test it. Rias stepped out and the men and woman chuckled. And why in the world would we do that? She was just being courteous. Naruto got their attention at the door, smirking and waving them goodbye. She thought it'd be nice to at least give you a chance to see how you get beat. His smirk stretched wider at their annoyed and perplexed looks as he stepped out. I thought it'd be more poetic to just crush you without even letting you know what was happening, but she's just too nice for that. Bye. The trio sat in silence after the blonde had stepped out, their customers looking in their direction as if awaiting their response. One of the guys turned and shook his head. They're bluffing. All they're doing is trying to get back at us for the stunt earlier. He's right. Whatever they're doing doesn't matter. Even if they make a new dish that's better than ours, that means nothing. Soon enough we'll be going national, and when that happens all the customers will come flocking here. We'll have that little shack out of business in a month, 2 tops. The businesswoman remained silent and nodded her head in agreement. But after a moment she held down her skirt and sat up to make for the door. Her associates looked befuddled by her decision to follow before she looked back with a sneer. You're right. Our success is basically a foregone conclusion. So what's the harm in humoring them a little? The trio made their way down the road and spotted the little shop that was trying to compete with them. They stepped in and immediately all eyes were turned to them. Some of the customers were looking anxious and excited for whatever they were anticipating, and the students that made up the staff were watching from the side. The young brunette that had stayed behind the counter the whole day stepped up to the businesswoman and offered his hand. Excuse me ma'am, would you like for me to take your jacket? Buzz off. She swatted his hand away and stepped further in. I'm not planning on staying for long or giving anyone my jacket. She looked aside and noticed the handsome young blonde man in a tuxedo. Well, maybe if the right person asked. Anyway, what's this dish you were so certain about to call us here? This. Rias offered them the seats at the counter which they quickly took. Once they did, Rias stepped up to the counter in front of them to address the trio directly. My friends and I have been spending the last hour making and fine-tuning this recipe for you to try. You can consider it our rebuttal to the dish you presented earlier. Well, you sound confident. Yes, Rias met their smarmy smile with a smirk. I am. Bowls were quickly placed before them by Yuto, Zenobia, and Naruto. The 3 students ripped off the covers and exposed the meals in their entirety. The 3 executives immediately froze in shock at the glorious smell that lifted into their noses. The entire restaurant stilled once the smell reached them, and mouths immediately watered. So. Naruto attempted to sound unfazed, but his desperate attempts to wipe his mouth were failing that image. They smell pretty damn good, right? Why don't admit you wish you had this recipe? Shut your mouth, kid. The businesswoman snapped as she hesitantly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and prepared to dig into her meal. She attempted to eat a bite and be done with it, but noticed her hand was shaking as she and her associates were starting to breathe heavily. Why were their hearts beating so fast? Why were they so excited just for the chance to eat a bowl of ramen? It was ramen. Just a quick, unhealthy meal to have as a treat. They were making a business out of it and that was all. She refused to believe these amateurs and kids could make a dish better than their professional chefs just because they were determined or had friendship or some other kind of 80s movie bullshit they thought they had going for them. The businesswoman forced the tip of some noodles in and slurped them down in one go. Things went silent as they waited for her reaction or opinion. Moments stretched to seconds and threatened to go to a minute before the young woman finally did something. She sniffled and wiped her eyes of tears that started to come down. She wept but continued to eat her meal despite her emotional state. The 2 men on either side looked at each other before they turned to their bowls and started to chow down as well. Everyone watched in surprise as they started to get emotional, welling up and sobbing as they devoured the food as quickly as possible. Damn it. Damn it, it's so good. This can't be ramen. This can't be normal. It's too delicious. I'm glad to see you like it. Rias muttered in surprise, just as shocked to see the reaction from the brash and haughty businesspeople. She felt a swell of pride grow in her chest as she patted the little notebook she used to keep track of what she wanted in her recipe. I guess it wasn't a waste keeping all of these things written down. How? One of the trio managed to squeak out between slurps and eating, how did you make something this good? It's so raw and delicious and I don't think I've ever had something so good. Oh, I've been trying a lot more ramen recently at the behest of a friend. She looked aside and saw Naruto sheepishly scratch his cheek. I noticed there are a lot of different kinds of ramen with their own tastes. So I decided to keep a record of what was the best type of broth, noodles, garnish, meat, and vegetables that complemented each other. And you made this. Well, I had to make a few prototypes first, but with some help from Asia and Akino we got everything figured out. It's so good. The female executive whispered as she finished eating her noodles and resorted to slurping down what remained. When she finished she slammed the bowl down on the counter with shaky hands. She gritted her teeth as her companions did the same. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say how good it is. But. It's so good. All three of them cried out in unison as the orc and Miyamoto beamed with joy. And then the woman's suit exploded off her body and left her in just her tattered clothing. What the fuck? She immediately reacted by covering her breasts and privates. Her face burned red as the crowd gasped and stared in shock. Her associates tried to cover her with their jackets. Why the hell did that happen? Whoa. Someone from the crowd gasped, it's just like that manga series. It's so good her clothes blew off. It's like those food GASMS or whatever. While the crowd muttered and marveled to themselves, the orc privy to what happened all turned to slowly stare at one member. The pervert covered his bloody nose and gave them a thumbs up. Damn it. We won't forget this. We'll make you pay. The three executives forced themselves through the crowd and ran away as quickly as they could. The patrons of the shop immediately ran to the counter and ordered more of the same dish they had seen cause such a reaction in the trio. Okay. Rias ripped some papers out of her notebook and showed them to Naruto and Miyamoto. Looks like we've still got some mouths to feed. Devil. Son of a bitch. The female executive screeched as she stomped into their empty restaurant while clutching the suit jacket around her. She seethed in rage as she looked back at her associates. We have to get back at them. We have to make them pay. I am not going to let this end with us giving praise to that bitch's ramen. We should just stop. We already agreed that if we waited long enough. I don't want to wait. I want them to pay. Now. And I don't want anything to do with them anymore. They just served bowls of ramen that almost got us to turn. It literally blew the clothes right off your body. That had to be some kind of trick. No way food is so good it causes clothing to just erupt. Plus why didn't it happen to you too? She growled in anger as her fists started to shake. They just tried to humiliate me. And if that's how they want to play it then. Excuse me. The trio stopped and turned around to finally notice the man sitting at the counter in a suit and tie with his briefcase at his side. The mixed-haired man pleasantly waved to them, turning in his seat to face them. I was worried that you might never show up. Sir, we have a lot on our plates and things to focus on, so we aren't open at the moment. I need to politely ask you to leave. Oh no, I'm not a customer. I'm just an investor interested in an aspiring and growing new restaurant chain. The man smiled confidently and reached into his jacket. He pulled out one of the flyers for Noodle World and showed it to them. An associate of mine told me about your business and showed some interest in seeing how it grew. What kind of interest? The kind that would like to buy the majority of shares. Are you insane? Not really. Just an interested buyer is all. You know you can't just come in here and ask to buy most of a new company, right? For one thing we don't own all of it. It belongs to several other influential individuals. Who I've already made the trip to and convinced about my offers. The trio balked in shock as the shaggy man smirked. I can be pretty persuasive. Why you're being serious? I am. Now I'm not saying you should give all your shares over to me. I'm simply asking for a majority, 60% 70% tops. Go to hell. The female executive snarled as she marched up to the man, ignoring her dire lack of proper clothing to face him firmly. I don't care who you are or what you think we're doing. This was our big break. This is our chance to make a change in our lives. And if you think you can just walk in here and intimidate us into handing over our hard-earned shares. Oh no miss, there's been a misunderstanding. He interrupted, chuckling to himself as he hefted up his briefcase and unlocked it. I had every intention of buying them off you in a trade. The briefcase was opened and the executive trio had to stop their eyes from bugging out at the sheer volume of bills packed into it. They gawked but the woman recovered, smacking her lips before shaking her head. That might be impressive, but the amount possible if we keep our shares in the long run is more than that briefcase would be buying it off all of us. Oh, this isn't for all of you. It's this, each. Each. Yes. But if you prefer you could set the price for each share you would be willing to sell me. Each share. That's right. And your name is Azazel. Well, Azazel-sama, the trio quickly changed their tones, becoming much more accommodating before motioning to the counter. We would be happy to negotiate the terms of the sale with you. And we hope you'll have your bank on call to make sure everything is settled. He started offering these large buyouts pretty quickly when Rias suggested they go around and talk to the board and people in charge of this fledgling new franchise. But while he was willing to throw money around and get these matters settled quickly, Rias' business know-how had serious chagrin with his waste of money. She stepped back, heading to meet with her peerage again and trusting him to use the money more wisely and be more savvy with their negotiations. But they had money to burn and other things to do, so fuck it. What was the point in saving all of it up if it was never going to be used for anything? And this way he finally got to join in on the fun. Devil. Woo, that was a long day. I didn't know cleaning up bowls and cups and utensils could be such a pain in the ass. I'll never complain about service at restaurants again. Those people have it hard. Why yes, I didn't know it was so difficult to carry so much at once. Unlike her brunette companion, the blonde girl was much more reserved and embarrassed about her mistakes and work at the restaurant today. Asia lowered her head in shame. I dropped so many bowls and ruined so many orders. I hope Naruto-san wasn't mad at me for screwing up so much while serving everyone. No way. Issei shook his head. Senpai wouldn't be angry with you. He knows you were a little nervous, but in the end it all worked out. I bet there was a lot of money coming in today with that dish you, Bucho, and Akino-san made today. It was nothing. Asia blushed from his praise before whispering, it was mostly Bucho-san's effort on making the recipe while she and Akino-san did all the work. But you made it happen too. You're great, Asia. She blushed a little deeper as they made their way home. Issei stared up into the black sky and took a deep breath. I had no idea Naruto-senpai was working so hard to pay off the old guy for helping him with his recovery. Man, a few months ago I never would have thought he was the kind of guy to do something like that. Now I guess it just makes sense that he's the kind of guy that would want to go out of his way to help someone. But paying someone back like that. I don't know if I could do something like that. It's a strange feeling, knowing that you owe someone so much for helping you. Asia whispered from his side with a longing look in her eyes as she stared forward. When you realize the new life you're living and all the new joys you are experiencing is because someone took the time to help you when you needed it most. I think it's only natural that you'd want to help that person in return, and make them feel happy. Asia paused in her walk and turned to face the pervert, a beautiful smile on her face that shined when she looked at Issei-san. Asia. I want to thank you for everything you've done for me since we met, and for giving me a chance to experience this new life as a devil with everyone else. The short blonde girl seemed extremely embarrassed by what was happening, but powered through as she faced the man she loved. I'm not sure how I can ever repay you for what you've done, but I will spend my entire life at your side so I can find some way to do it. Asia. Issei stared at her before shaking his head. He chuckled to himself before stepping up to the nun with a smile. You don't owe me anything. I'm just happy that you're happy. And if I get to see you happy forever, then that's all that matters to me. Small tears came to her eyes, with a complicated expression on her face. Issei-san. So you share the sentiment too, Asia Argento-san. The two young devils immediately flinched and looked aside to see a young man across from them in the street. Thanks to their eyes, his face was clear as day despite it being night. The young man had soft features and a very handsome face, dressed in unusual and expensive clothing. Hey! Issei quickly stepped in front of Asia and faced the stranger directly with a scowl. I don't know who you're supposed to be, jerk off, but if you're showing up here late at night saying Asia's name then I'm gonna have a bad reaction. No, please, don't misunderstand. He raised his hands defensively with the same smile on his face. I'm not here to hurt either of you. In fact, it's the direct opposite of that in fact. What? He looked towards the cautious blonde girl with his smile and nodded. Asia Argento-san, I owe my life to your kindness. And I wish to repay you for that kindness however I can. So please, he held out his hand and gently spoke, allow me to make you happy. Devil. Things were pretty crazy today. The older man chuckled as he wiped the sweat off his brow while pulling out a beer. I don't think I've ever had a day as packed as today. It was way more hectic than I expected. But glad we got everything sorted out. Yeah, and where'd all your friends go? Miyamoto asked his companion as he worked behind the counter with a clean bowl. One feel like I should be paying them off for all the work they did today. Nah, don't worry about it. They're good people from my club so they won't ask you for payment. And what about those other guys? They didn't look like they were from your club. Oh, they weren't. Just some temps I asked for help. Were. Pretty close. Well, alright then. Honestly, I'm just happy to see you interacting more nowadays. The shop owner chuckled to himself. Took you a while to finally get around to making some new friends. Yeah, well I just needed to find the right group of weirdos to help me settle. Glad to hear. Order up. Miyamoto placed out a bowl of ramen for his young friend as he chuckled. This reminds me of the first time we met. It does. Naruto tried to recall how they had met but the details had been fuzzy. The only thing he knew about it was what Miyamoto had told of him. I must have been pretty out of it when you met me. You creeped me out. I was close to calling the cops before you keeled over on my floor. Yeah, and that's what saved my life. Naruto smiled and rubbed his neck before looking up at the older man, and since then I've been wanting to. You two having another round of ramen. Rias walked in the shop from the entrance. The lovely redhead had a black folder in her hand and walked over to the counter to join them, sitting beside her boyfriend. I hope you don't mind if I can get a bowl as well. Not at all, Rias-san. I already have another batch on the cooker ready for you. I feel like the creator herself should have the chance to try out her work. Rias graciously nodded her head as the cook laughed. So what had you so busy? What I was doing, the young heiress opened up the folder and pulled out several pages of documents. She pulled out a pen and clicked it on before laying it on top. Was just finishing some work with a business associate of mine to purchase the majority shares of the Noodle World business. What? Miyamoto looked shocked and shook his head. Kids, I know they were rude but if you did something to threaten Oh no, Miyamoto-san you're misunderstand. Rias cut him off with a shake of her head. We didn't force them to do anything. We actually offered to buy their shares. At a considerably higher price than they were probably actually worth. She sighed and rubbed her eyes. I never should have trusted him with this. My mistake. Moving on. We simply offered to buy a majority of what they owned. And we wanted to offer it to you. Me. The old man blinked. Why? He lowered his head and sighed before looking at the only person he knew to think of. Why would you go this far? I just thought that if we did this, then there could be a lot of money coming your way. And if there was? Jesus, Naruto, are you serious? He asked in disbelief. Is this still about trying to repay me back? Look, I know you were worried. Worried? You used your life savings on me, Gramps. I took your chance to sit back and relax, just enjoy your retirement. You wanted to shut the shop down in a few years, right? But when I came around that plan was pushed back for, forever, wasn't it? But this way. I didn't want you to worry about that. Miyamoto groaned. I didn't want to help you just so you would feel indebted and try to work it off for me for the rest of your life. I wanted you to just be happy and have your own life. And I will. Naruto stood up, facing the older man directly as he pointed to Rias. I have Rias, and the others from the club. I have a life to be happy for and to cherish for a long, long time. I have that now. And I have that thanks to you. He pointed back down at the contract, but I also want to make sure you're happy too. You're important to me too, damn it. You're my friend. And I want you to live a good life. The same one you want for me. So that's why we. The silence hung for a while before Rias coughed and smiled at the older man. Miyamoto-san, I don't think he's going to budge on this. You want him to be happy, right? The old man nodded. Well, I promise I'll do my part to take care of that matter from now on. But he wants you to be happy too. He wants to make sure you can do whatever you want. So if you understand that. Miyamoto stayed quiet before looking down at the contract. He stared at it for a moment before looking at the redhead. Rias-san, can more than one name fill the line? I think we can arrange something. Miyamoto quickly turned the paper around to face him before writing his name on the line. When he was done, he placed it down and turned it to Naruto. Sign. What? You want me to be happy? I want you to be happy. If I'm gonna retire, then I want to trust you with taking care of things while I'm doing it. The older man smirked as he looked at Naruto directly. I was always planning on giving you this place when I decided to hang up the apron. It's pretty much the same thing, just bigger. So. Naruto looked to Rias and saw the foxy redhead watching him with amusement. The blonde sighed and shook his head before leaning down and writing on the line. He finished it and dropped the pen. Guess we're in business, again. Yes we are. Miyamoto laughed and Rias joined in as Naruto furrowed with annoyance. The older ramen shop owner chuckled and wiped a tear from his eye. You know, now that I can retire I need to think about where to go. You could always dig up a little spot in the countryside. Or how about traveling? Traveling. Now that sounds nice. Miyamoto laughed. Naruto and Rias smiling as they agreed with the idea. I've always wanted to see the world. Devil. Miyamoto watched from outside as the bedridden boy laid back in his bed with books in his lap. Whatever he was reading seemed to confuse or trouble the poor boy. Over a week of consciousness, and the moment the lad had awakened he started asking about all these people no one knew about in places that didn't exist. Some wrote him off as mad the moment he asked about what happened to some ninja alliance. He had recovered physically from whatever had hurt him, but it still looked like he had to deal with its lingering effects for a bit longer. Excuse me, sir. Are you the man that was helping this poor boy when he got here? Miyamoto looked back and saw a tall man, possibly a foreigner, with deep red hair walk up to him dressed in a suit. He peeked inside and saw the distressed form of the young man in bed. I had heard the boy that had been in a coma for months had finally woken up. I wanted to see if he was recovering well. I'm sorry, who are you? Oh, my family owns the hospital. We're the ones that took up his medical bills after your initial payments start to dry out. The young man explained. I had hoped I might get the chance to talk with him, but it appears he isn't in a place to speak about anything as he is right now. I'm sorry. Whatever that lad went through, it must have hurt him worse than those wounds did. I agree. The redhead nodded before turning to the elderly man and offering his hand. You did a really kind thing helping this boy out in his time of need. Miyamoto took his hand. If he's recovered and looking to try and get back on his feet, can you tell him we are offering a scholarship at the academy for him when he recovers? He may have to enter a little late into the new semester, but the offer stands of course. That's very kind of you, young man. Thank you. The redhead smiled and bowed his head before stepping away. Miyamoto walked through the door and pulled up a chair to sit by his bed. How are you doing, kiddo? I'm gonna make sense of this. The boy muttered as his eyes panned the pages. I just need a little more time to figure it out. Kurama will come back. Take all the time you need, lad. Miyamoto said. You'll figure this out soon. This will all make sense. But it doesn't. None of this makes sense. The blonde muttered almost deliriously as he held his head. It hurts so much. I'm confused and scared and I don't know what to do. Just recover for now. Miyamoto reached out and patted his back. The whiskered blonde was still scared, but his comforting seemed to have some effect as his breathing slowed. He looked up to the older man. My name is Miyamoto. What's yours? Naruto. My name is Naruto. They sat in silence before Miyamoto chuckled. Fishcake. Well, ain't that ironic? It's not fishcake. It's maelstrom. Omake. To fight a trope. Weird seeing Zenobia so enthusiastic about cooking. Naruto muttered while sitting at the counter waiting for the swordswoman to finish cooking her dish. He looked down. Any idea what stirred this on? She saw Bucho, Akino-senpai, and Asia-senpai working so hard on their ramen and thought she should try. Kaneko answered from her seat on his lap. Despite there being a number of empty seats, the little freshman insisted on sitting on his legs while they waited for their meal to arrive. She looked up. I think she might want to try cooking. Well, good for her. She says she wants to try a bunch of new things and I'm totally up for her doing this if she's interested. Especially if it means she doesn't have to try other things and explain them to me. Kaneko's brow rose. What else has she been telling you? I'm already a bad enough influence on you as it is. Don't make me say things that might scar you for life. They've already left their marks on me. I've finished. Zenobia announced as she came out from the kitchen with pride in her eyes and some flour on her face. I've completed my ramen recipe. That was fast. Way to go, Zenobia-senpai. Cooking is so much more exhilarating than I thought it would be. And when I started I knew exactly what I was doing. It must be the skills and cuisine of my homeland coursing through me. Cooking is in my soul. My blood. My voice. Your voice. Sorry, don't know why I said that one. Anyway, Zenobia grabbed a ladle and poured 2 bowls before offering them out. Order up. The bowl of black liquid, lumpy noodles, melted fish cakes, and still pink meat came to a slow jiggle before them. Naruto and Kaneko's faces froze in shock and horror. I can't wait for you to try it. Zenobia's eyes sparkled with more glee and joy than either of them had seen her show before. She waited in barely contained anticipation for them to try her handmade meal. Go ahead. Tell me what you think. You first, senpai. You little, Naruto muttered to the traitor in his lap as he gulped and picked up his chopsticks. He went for the broth and met a lot more resistance against the wooden utensils than he expected from a supposed liquid. He finally breached the murky unknown liquid, shuddering in horror before he picked up some noodles. He saw the multiple bumps and odd formations in the noodles form and raised them to his mouth. Actually, he stopped just short of taking the bite before holding them out. Zenobia, did you know it's a tradition over here in Japan for first-time cooks to try their meal first? It is. Yep. Isn't that right, Kaneko? Tale as old as time. Oh, well if it's tradition then I have no place to shirk the customs of the country. Zenobia shrugged before leaning forward and opening her mouth. Thanks for the. Her lips touched her noodles. She dropped unconscious an instant later. We should call an ambulance. We should call Asia-senpai. You're right. This is probably more dire than we're giving it credit. Zenobia probably just ate the equivalent of a poison pill. They got out of their seats. Kaneko, check on Zenobia and contact Asia. What about you? I'm going to obliterate Zenobia's ramen so it never sees the light of day. You are the hero we need, but not the hero we deserve. It was just a few more days until the summer vacation was officially over and they had to return to school. The consensus about summer vacation from what he gathered, based solely on Issei's crazy ramblings and mad yearnings, was that it was a time of celebration for people in their youth. A time for people their age to visit new and extraordinary places, expanding their horizons, and discovering what love truly is. Bushy brows and bushier brows sensei would definitely adore hearing that. And Naruto felt like he achieved some of those things over his summer vacation, even if it was by a stretch. He visited the underworld again and saw brand new locations that were swiftly destroyed in his unrelenting training by Searsex and his friends. He expanded his horizons by meeting the sages of this world and having a vicious death match with them. And he felt like his love life with his girlfriend changed a bit, what with her forcing a buy-out of a growing restaurant chain and then giving him a portion of the stocks. Yep. His summer had been quite strange. So with the schools starting back up soon, old man Miyamoto off on indefinite vacation, and all the training finished he wanted to spend some time relaxing. It was odd knowing the old complex had become such a lavish hotel, but he'd like to explore it and see what it had to offer. Except he apparently had some guests to entertain now. Why? Bucho invited us to come see this place for ourselves. Akino said, joined by the rest of the orc as they marveled at the lobby of the hotel. The pony-tailed woman looked around before chuckling to herself, quite ostentatious if I do say so. Blame it on Azazel, not me. He took a sip of his water before looking back at the others and their stunned expressions. Well, everyone except Yuto and Kaneko, who seemed unfazed by the massive and lavish new interior of the building. Probably because they had been living and visiting Ria's home for years, so the shock value was completely lost on them. Not so much for Asia, Issei, and Zenobia if their gaping expressions were any indication. Nice crib. Obviously splurged on the decor. Don't mock me. Naruto grumbled to Kaneko's monotone but teasing jab. He looked at the box she had hoisted up on her shoulders. Gasper couldn't even come walking here himself. Did you try putting the bag over his head? I thought I'd at least give him a ride before coming to a new place. Kaneko placed the box down on a spare table and knocked on the top of it. Gaia-kun, rise and shine. We're here now. There was no response from the Dampier, making the ninja and Nekomata share a look of confusion. The Rook peeled the flaps back. Gaia-kun. Inside was some school supplies and other miscellaneous stuff from around the Orc clubroom. Oops. Devil. Kaneko-chan, I'm ready to go. The excited bishop's voice called out from inside the box besides the table. Let's go see what Bucho and Naruto-senpai's new home looks like. Kaneko-chan. Silence. Gasper fretted and started to sweat inside his box. I should probably look and see what's going on, but I'm really scared to do it. I'll wait a little longer. I'm sure we'll get around to it eventually. Devil. I think I left him back at the club. Kaneko said as she started searching through the contents of the box. He has so little presence I mistook a box of supplies for a full-fledged person. So you think you should head back and grab him? The white-haired freshman thought for a second. I suppose not. Gaia-kun would probably enjoy some more alone time anyway. You are heartless. She shrugged and he turned to everyone else. So did you all come for the grand tour? Because I'll be honest, could probably use one too. Seriously, senpai? Issei asked, have you not taken the time to explore the place you're living in? No, I have not taken the time to explore the massive, unknown structure I found myself waking up in one morning that was created overnight and planned out by a maniac I have the misfortune of sharing a roof with. The whiskered blonde motioned to further into the lobby. By all means, if you want to explore Azazel's equivalent of a haunted castle, be my guest. There's nothing about this place that is haunted. And you all are our guests. The students looked over to see Azazel making his way down the central staircase with an unamused Rias following just a few steps behind. The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels chuckled as he came down to join them, but I thought we had a plan where every time someone new would arrive at the hotel we'd sing the totally legal Disney knockoff song with all your clones doing the dancing. What happened to that sheet music I gave you, Naruto? The blonde pointed at his girlfriend. I crumbled it up into a ball and threw it at Rias. Where I expertly caught it and made sure it was safe. Unfortunately my hand was coated in destruction and immediately destroyed it. The redhead gave a defeated sigh. Such a shame. Damn shame. Azazel cooed. Ah, look at you two. A couple that schemes and connives together stays together. He shrugged and looked between his students. Well, since you are all here, how about I give you a tour of the place? The others gave their agreement while Naruto scowled. Why the hell are you only now offering a tour? I could have used some serious guidance around this place while you were just messing around. Didn't I give you a comprehensive map and guide to make your way through this place? The mix-haired man sounded genuinely confused before smirking. It might have been accidentally destroyed somewhere along the way. Shame. Damn shame. He ignored Naruto and Rias' matching grumbles as he clapped his hands. Welcome to Arashi Heights, adorably named by a naive love-struck princess trying to tease her new plaything. Fucking. This is the lobby. Azazel grandly waved his hands towards the massive front room they were located in, carpeted and designed like the grandest facilities in the world. All our future residents will be coming through here to reach their rooms. Angels, fallen angels, devils, gods, beasts, and everything else on the spectrum. Wow. Issei whistled, really trying to be all-inclusive this time around. Azazel-sensei. Devil. These are the rooms. Azazel waved down the hallway lined all the way to the end. His tour group let out sounds of shock and awe before he pushed a door open. Each one is fitted with a king-sized bed, a plasma screen television, and a fully stocked fridge with all the amenities a visiting guest could ask for. Oh. Zenobia leapt off her feet and slammed back into the bed with a satisfied moan. Oh Michael-sama, she whispered and cuddled into the furniture. I've never been on a bed this luxurious before. There are multiple rooms with different themes and amenities as well, like twin beds, heart beds, and water beds. Akino examined the fridge while Yuto and Kaneko turned on the TV and saw the impressive selection of channels, and every bathroom is fitted with a bidet. I'm sorry, Azazel-sensei. Asia meekly raised her hand, but what is a bidet? The fallen angel smirked, pushing down the handle and letting the door swing open. He looked down at the short nun and pointed back at the toilet. Press the buttons on the side. Asia blinked in confusion before cautiously stepping in, Azazel giving her the courtesy of closing the door behind her. Eep. Sorry, Azazel apologized and patted Issei's shoulder. I may have accidentally given you some competition. Shut up. Devil. This is the public entertainment room. The kids immediately spread out to see what it had to offer. Arcade machines, board games, and new gaming consoles fitted with multiple multiplayer games. There's another one further upstairs for private use, with a different arrangement of games and things to play. These two have been watching some movies and shows to help Naruto catch up with culture. Kaneko silently walked over to the large couch to the side and jumped back into it. Her tiny body sagged into the comfy material as she sighed blissfully. Naruto came up behind the couch with a smile. How's it feel? Perfect. Kaneko mumbled. I'm sure if Gaia-kun could have been here with us, he'd agree just how wonderful it is. You're cold-blooded. Devil. This is the bathhouse and steam rooms. The orc gasped in shock. There are personal showers and bathrooms in each room, but sometimes people like having some skinship. There's a bathhouse in this place. Naruto gawked. How the hell is this the first time I'm finding out about this? You didn't ask. Devil. We have a pool, a poolside bar, and other such activities for everyone on the roof. Azazel smiled as the young students looked on in surprise at the massive pool at the top of the hotel. If it gets too cold, there's a glass barrier that covers the top and we can heat the pool at any time. There's a smaller indoor pool a couple floors down too. Rias blinked and then flatly looked up at the older man. You went way too far with this. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. You're in for billions of pennies and millions of pounds. Just remember that your brother had a big hand in setting this all up. Devil. I must say, Azazel-sensei, this hotel is quite amazing. Yuto said as they all stood within the elevator traveling down the hotel, but don't you think you may have made this all a little too extravagant? Kiba, when you have to plan to host a plethora of deities and monsters at any time, this can be considered the bare minimum. There were looks of uncertainty and suspicion that the hypothetical guests would put so much interest in the state of the rooms, but the fallen angel smirked, but don't worry about the top levels. What we're heading to now is the bottom levels. What's in the basements? More business stuff. Communication hubs. Teleportation circles. Labs for testing. And training stations as well. He knew he got their attention because he spotted the increased interest while he talked. I thought I'd add them in case anyone wanted to try and test what they can do. It can help with attack proficiency and maneuverability. Quite a few things actually. But at the very bottom is some empty space. Empty space. I thought it'd be useful to have some extra space, for you kids to train your bigger moves as well as a place any larger folks can come to and hang out. The elevator finally reached its end and slid open, allowing the students to step out and see for themselves what laid beneath the hotel. Their eyes widened and they stepped out of the elevator to get a better look. So, what do you kids think? Why is it so big? Issei's exclamation echoed through the massive underground bunker that stretched on for hundreds of meters and had a ceiling and floor separated so far apart that even flying up to reach it would take a few moments. The pervert looked back at his teacher. This is at least several soccer stadiums long. Why did you make it this big? I just kept thinking I'd like this space to be a little bigger and I got kinda carried away. He raised his hand before Rias could speak, and if you're wondering how much this cost. So what do you think? The redhead devil seethed in anger, taking a deep breath through her nose before calming down. She shook her head and sighed. Okay, no point getting angry now. What's done is done, and what needs to be done to fix it would take too much time, so we'll live with it and move on. There's a more pressing matter that needs our attention right now anyway. Our upcoming rating game against Diodara Astaroth. Do you really wanna get into business talk already? Azazel whined and pointed back to the elevator. There's still so much I wanna show you guys. I haven't even gotten to the professional bowling alley yet. Come on. Fine, you go first. Rias followed the fallen angel into the elevator and stepped up to his side. She quickly ran her hand over all the buttons besides the level they were currently on. She then stepped outside and left the mix-haired man to stand by himself. The doors closed as he shook his head. Oh Dick Mauve. The door closed and Azazel started his treacherous, tortuously slow crawl up the many levels of the hotel. Rias smiled and turned back around. Okay, now we can focus on the game. So in case we need a refresher, our opponent in this next match is Diodara Astaroth. He's a fellow rookie of this new generation along with Saraorg, Sona, and I. He is quite a capable king, winning his most recent matches quite handily without so much as a sweat. I'm not sure of his full capabilities, but I think it's safe to say that we'll have quite a battle ahead of us. Bucho. Issei diligently raised his hand with a furious look in his eyes. I request that when we fight that asshat's peerage, I get to be the one that pushes his nose back into his fucking skull. I can understand your anger with Diodara, but please try to calm yourself, Issei. The devil tried to diffuse her pawn's bristling anger and saw some success as Issei exhaled and tapped his foot in irritation. Despite expectations, they didn't first talk about Diodara when the rating game against him was decided. Their discussion about the pure-blooded devil started when Issei and Asia told them they were approached by him and he showed obvious interest in Asia. A long time ago he was gravely injured and was going to die alone in the streets of Rome. Until a kind nun came across him and he begged for help. Usually a nun of the church would run away at the sight of a devil, or summon a warrior of their congregation to put it down properly. If he had come across any other nun in the world then he would most likely already be dead. But he was saved, because the nun was Asia and she was too kind to leave someone dying on the street alone to pass like that. She used her sacred gear to heal his wound, bringing him back to perfect health and letting him get away before the church could arrive to finish him off. It was the catalyst for Asia's excommunication and expulsion from the church and all of its dwellings. It was after that when Asia was forced to wander, unwelcome from her religion and home after her supposed betrayal. Afterwards she was picked up by Rainier and the other fallen angels that had come to this town so they could use its abandoned church to take her sacred gear for themselves. Which in turn introduced her to Issei and the rest of the peerage. When he was told about the consequences of Asia saving him, Diodara showed earnest shock and horror at the pain she had experienced from helping him. As penance, he asked Asia to come with him and be his bride. He promised that he would love her unconditionally, for all her brilliant beauty and kindness. As a return for saving his life he would give her everything she wanted in life and let her live an existence without pain or suffering. It was clear where Issei's disdain for the man came from. If the fact he was the reason Asia was treated as a pariah for so long wasn't enough, then the proposal to marry her and take her away forever being made right in front of him certainly didn't make a great impression either. Rias was annoyed as well, because her fellow devil approached her not long after their match was announced and offered to trade her one of his bishops for Asia. She wasn't sure if his feelings and offers were truly as honest as he was trying to convey, or if this was all some kind of devious scheme to psych them out before their match. But the fact out of all the devils in the worlds it just happened to be their next opponent who Asia saved, and he was suddenly proving to be quite capable in the rating games. It was just too coincidental for her taste. She shook her head and continued, in any case, it's best not to underestimate this man. He is the younger brother of the Beelzebub Mao after all. Someone in her peerage shuddered and all eyes turned to him. Naruto, you okay? Yeah, just not looking forward to meeting that guy again. He's really scary. Understandable. Beelzebub-sama can get a little carried away when he's in his own head. Rias nodded. Anyway, I want us to spend the next few days after school training. This room might be ludicrous and completely unnecessary, but we can use it to train without fear of damaging any property. Does that mean we owe Azazel-sensei our thanks for constructing this place? Don't take it too far, Akano. The ponytailed woman giggled at her king before Rias looked around at her followers. Pair together and try getting some training in now before Azazel comes back down and starts ruining this again. Issei-kun, would you like to pair up? Yuto offered as he summoned a blade to his hand. I imagine if you want to beat up the king, you'll want to get as much practice in as you can. Absolutely. Issei summoned his gauntlet and clenched his fist in anger. If that jackass thinks he can just come up to Asia like that after everything that happened and beg her for marriage, he's got another thing coming. Yuto chuckled as Asia's face started to heat up. Easy loverboy, the target is Diodera Astaroth, not me. Senpai. Naruto looked down at Kaneko as she released her ears and tail. Do you mind coming to train with me? I'd like to see how my senjutsu compares to yours. Hey, I better watch myself or else I could get messed up. Naruto joked as he patted her head and made her ears twitch. Give me a second to gather up some energy and we can start. Naruto. Zenobia stepped up and looked between the blonde and the white-haired freshman. Why do you keep patting Kaneko's head and tussling her hair like that? Did she ask you to do that? Naruto blinked and looked down at the Nekomata before shaking his head. I don't know why I do it. I guess it is a little weird. If you want me to saint. No. Kaneko immediately answered before he could finish, keep doing it. Well okay then. So it's just a gesture of affection. Zenobia looked deep in thought before looking up at the whiskered blonde. Can I have a pat on the head as well? Everything just went silent. Naruto blanked. Come again. I want to see what it feels like to be patted on the head. Kaneko seems to enjoy it, and Asia likes it when you or Issei do it to her. Asia blushed as eyes turned to her and she tried to hide her face. I wish to see what is so special about a pat on the head. Naruto looked flabbergasted as his mouth opened and closed in speechless disbelief. He stayed like that for a few moments before finally shrugging and shaking his head. Relenting, he reached up for the knight's head and awkwardly placed his hand in her hair. He ruffled the blue locks and caused the strand of green to sway before her eyes. He continued doing this for a few seconds before his cheeks started to gain a pink hue, satisfied. Zenobia's face scrunched up in confusion. I'm not sure. It just feels like you're jostling my hair. Then it isn't working. He tried to pull his hand back but the blue-haired girl snatched his wrist before it was too far away. She put it back on her head and made him keep going as he sighed. This was a mistake. To his side, Kaneko bristled with a pout as she went ignored. And further away Rias was doing the same, crossing her arms and looking unamused at the sight of him patting that knight on the head. Fu, be careful Bucho. Akano, don't even start. Devil. So why did we have to hurry to the clubroom exactly? Bucho told us to. Gasper answered nervously as he, Naruto, and Kaneko made their way to the orc. Didn't you get the group text, Naruto-senpai? Oh shit, I knew there was something I forgot. The blonde quickly pulled out his phone. This thing kept shaking and making noises every 3 seconds and it was driving me crazy so Azazel turned off the notices. I think he went here too. And no it was there and then there. No. Damn it, this thing has too much crap on it. Hand it over. Kaneko held out her hand and Naruto reluctantly forked his smartphone over as the freshman easily navigated the screen as they walked along. I have to think it's about something important because Bucho made it sound urgent. It might have something to do with that rating game coming up. She might have just gotten some news about Ajuka-san's little brother. Kaneko and Gasper looked at him in surprise. He helped with some of my training while we were in the underworld. He's very strict. He suppressed the shudder that traveled up his spine before shaking his head. Anyway, how did you two handle your first day back? The time had finally come for them to say goodbye to their summer vacation and return to school. It was a very severe change to return to school and classes and a regular schedule after their summer of training and fighting and resting. Naruto had to valiantly fight back the growing desire to close his eyes and slam his face down to rest. And the only reason he did was because Akano and Sona made it their job to keep him awake while in class. Oh, we started picking people to perform in the sports festival. Gasper excitedly said as his expression quickly brightened up. Kaneko-chan forced me to sign up for the bun-eating competition. I'm a bit nervous about performing in front of everybody but I'm sure while I'm wearing my bag I'll be just fine. How are you going to eat the buns through the bag? His question seemed to floor the vampire as the bishop suddenly came to a stop with a frozen and horrified expression on his face. Naruto and Kaneko continued on before he looked down at the rook. What about you? Tug of war. You gonna use your super strength to cheat? That seems cowardly and dishonest. Kaneko responded, but if I raise a bet for people to throw in their desserts if I win, then I'll totally do it. Naruto chuckled but nodded in complete agreement. What about you, senpai? Kaichu threw me into the 100-yard dash. Said I needed to participate in at least one. I didn't do anything last year, so I guess it's fair that I help this time around. No cheating. I don't need to chest. I'm pretty sure I'm faster than everyone else I'll be racing with. I'm not a ninja turned devil for nothing. You're also apparently not the poster child for humility. Like you're gonna throw a chance to pull everyone else on their asses. Gasper shivered. Are you two arguing, or agreeing? Yep. The trio finally arrived at their club and walked in. However, when they did, they found themselves faced with a new person dressed in their school uniform. The girl was a lovely young lady about their age, with long chestnut hair tied in twin tails that went down her back. The bubbly girl was very familiar, and was looking around the room in amazement. It's so weird to be coming back here as a student instead of a warrior of the church. Irina exclaimed happily as she hopped in place. Oh, can I really join your club? Of course, Rias nodded. If you're interested in joining up with us, then I see no reason why not. Plus, with you being Michael-sama's ace, as well as Zenobia and Issei's friend, it'd just feel cruel to turn you away, Shido-san. Thank you, Rias-san. The girl cheered again and tuned to Zenobia as the blue-haired girl showed a content smile to have her friend back. Irina looked around a little more before finally realizing there were more people standing in the doorway of the room. Oh, hello there. Hello again. Kaneko greeted the older girl politely as Gasper looked nervous and hid behind her. And Naruto, have you transferred into our school now? That's right. I'm gonna be a second-year student of Kuo Academy from this day on. The cheerful girl said before looking up at the tallest member to join them. Oh, hello there. I recognize you from the armistice meeting, but I don't think we were ever properly introduced. Oh yeah, you were with the Angel faction that time, right? And you're Zenobia's friend. Irina Shido, a pleasure to meet you. She smiled before looking closely at his face and tilting her head curiously. Her eyes widened in shock. Wow. You really do resemble that grumpy cat. Alright, that's the second time someone has called me that. What the hell is a grumpy cat? Naruto looked around for clarification before his eyes landed on Kaneko. He paused. Are you a grumpy? No. She pouted. You sure? Her frown deepened before she fiddled with his phone and then showed him the screen. What's this? What they're talking about? His face immediately turned into a scowl. Okay, who was calling me this? Oh, why am I even asking? Issei. You were missing and we were worried, senpai. I just started listing off whatever I could to help describe you. The pervert didn't seem very confident in his explanation as he made sure to keep a comfortable distance away from the enraged blonde. Naruto seethed for a moment before taking a deep breath and slowly letting it out. He shook his head, abandoning his rage, before looking back at the new girl. So you're joining our school now, huh? That's nice. I'm sure Zenobia's happy to have her friend back. You two looked like you missed each other after the fight at the treaty. There were some scattered giggles and hushed laughter as both the twin-tailed girl and the blue-haired knight blushed with mortification. Zenobia shook her head. I think you're exaggerating. Irina nodded furiously. That's right. I'm not sure what impression you got during the night of the treaty, and while I was happy to be with Zenobia again, it was just as simple. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for the things I said to you. It's okay. I'm sure my decision to be a devil must have felt like a betrayal of your trust. But you were just doing what you had to survive. And ever since I left Japan without you, I haven't stopped thinking about what I said. Geez, Irina, you are such a worrywart. See, can you forgive me? I already have. Zenobia. Wah. There. It's okay. Zenobia, are your eyes? You must be seeing things. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Both girls slowly turned around and looked at the desk where Azazel was casually leaning back while watching his phone. He looked up and chuckled. Pulls at the heartstrings, don't it? Give me that. Zenobia swiped the phone from his hand and touched the screen. There. Deleted. Oh no. The one and only copy. Whatever shall I do? Zenobia-chan, Akino interrupted before waving her phone around. we already got sent copies of the video as well. Xenovia blanked and Irina overheated as the ponytailed woman smirked. You were just too adorable for your own good. Oh Michael-sama, this is so embarrassing. Irina squeaked indignantly as her wings sprouted from her back and her halo appeared over her head. Please make it stop. Oh, she's an angel. Naruto noted, watching the new girl wither from embarrassment as the rest of the club started playing their versions of the video. He looked down at Gasper and Kaneko. This new semester is starting off fun. Devil. You get to come here. Irina gawked as she walked out of the elevator and marveling at the size of the hotel's bottom level. She looked out over the massive open space of the underground arena before turning to Xenovia. Isn't this kind of excessive? Azazel was the one who drew up the plans with Rias Buku's brother. Of course she and Naruto already raised their complaints, but I think they've gotten over it now to see how it could come in use. Xenovia and her friend looked over the side at the action happening below. We can use this place as a training area that lets us go all out, so there are some benefits to its immense size. They could see attacks of blinding speed and exchanges of powerful magic and energy being displayed beneath them. Yuto squared off with Kaneko as they quickly exchanged blows and strikes before separating. The knight did not have his demonic holy sword equipped, but was attacking his freshman friend with an overwhelming burst of speed. Kaneko was using the fast combat to test her senjutsu, her ears perking up on her head when her opponent vanished with speed and her sensing enabling her to keep up with him. A little to the side Rias, Akeno, Asia, and Gasper were gathered together to practice their control. The queen watched over them and gave whatever pointers she could to the bishops to control their powers. Asia attempted to focus her demonic power and see how she could integrate it with her sacred gear, while Gasper fretted and tried to use his forbidden Balur view. Rias watched from the side, offering some pointers when they asked and supplying Gasper with balls of destruction he tried to freeze in place. In some ways a way where their fight wouldn't interrupt everyone else. Dragon shot. Naruto somersaulted and dodged the powerful blast of green energy that trenched the ground he once stood on. The blonde rolled on the ground, stopping on his feet and drawing his knife before charging his fellow pawn. Issei clicked his tongue and took his stance. Shit. D-drag. On it. Boost. Issei roared and dashed at Naruto before the blonde could come upon him. Deciding he wasn't going to let the whiskered senior set the pace of their spar, the pervert leapt forward and jabbed for the older boy's head. But Naruto easily stepped aside and avoided his attack, making Issei land on the ground and quickly find his footing before turning around to attack. His eyes widened and he blocked Naruto's knife with his red gauntlet. The senior didn't let up on attacking his junior, pushing forward and swiping his knife as he scratched against the boosted gear and caused sparks to fly. Issei gritted his teeth and continued to block Naruto's attacks. Boost. Ha! Issei threw a punch out for Naruto's eye but hit air. The blonde leaned aside, wrapping his arm around Issei's outstretched limb and then forcing it to lock into place. The brunette could barely let out a gasp before Naruto's other hand came up and struck him in the face with the butt of his weapon. He felt pain explode from his nose and he flinched but forced his eyes opened. The pain repeated, the effect of the punch doubling with Naruto activation of his sacred gear. Issei yelled and brought his gauntlet hand up to grab Naruto's wrist before he could slam his knife down again. He roared and pulled the older man over, slipping his arm out and throwing the blonde away from him. Naruto easily landed on his feet while Issei felt a faint pain go over the arm that had been locked into place. The blonde crossed his fingers and summoned several clones into existence that separated and charged Issei. The pawn raised his gauntlet, D-drag. Ascalon. Got it. A long blade extended from the boosted gear that Issei quickly swung down to his side. The clones leapt on him and the pervert yelled before slashing through their oncoming forms. He was surrounded by smoke, dodging their lunges and jabs to slice through them completely and dispel them. He still withstood blows to the body and face, but he knew his best chance to win was to thin out the numbers as quickly as possible. And when they were all gone, Issei smirked and turned to attack the original. His eyes widened and he raised his bladed gauntlet to parry the knife that scrapped against it. It continued to grind and stretch past his Ascalon, going on for a length far longer than any knife possible. He looked over and saw Naruto standing some ways away, holding his knife out as the blade extended to great lengths to meet Issei's. The younger man grit his teeth and pushed the blade away to charge at the blonde. Naruto swung his knife back around and Issei ducked under it as he approached. DxD, he brought a concentration of his demonic power, do it. Explosion. Dragon shot. A mighty beam of green energy shot out towards the blonde. The whiskered man scowled and threw his knife up in the air before the attack completely overwhelmed him. Issei panted and looked at the place his senior had been destroyed by his attack. Wait, that couldn't. Rasengan. Issei's eyes widened and he turned to guard the attack with his gauntlet. The jutsu slammed into the boosted gear, causing a deafening sound of crashing and grinding to echo out from them. The sacred gear didn't break from Naruto's attack, but the force from it was enough to sending Issei flying off his feet and over dozens of meters. The pervert slammed into the ground with a bodily grunt and rolled before finally coming to a stop. Okay, I think we can call it there. Azazel slowly flew down from the ceiling and landed on the floor. The fallen angel inspected the knife he had caught before tossing it back to Naruto. Sears X people certainly know what they're doing. You altering the length with your demonic power. Yeah, I control its length by applying or pulling back my power. Took a little effort to get it right but I figured it out. Naruto empathized his point by putting in his energy and making the blade extend several lengths before returning to normal. They walked over to Issei before Naruto extended his hand. See the problem with focusing so much on taking me out is you didn't notice I was sneaking up on your side. Issei frowned as he took his hand. How am I supposed to notice that? Your stupid cloning ability makes so many of you how I am supposed to differentiate. And that's why you lost. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Azazel looked at Issei. You're clearly more capable at fighting after all that training with Tannen, but unfortunately we're still no closer to getting your balance breaker. Do you have to remind me? It's that crazy armor thing you used to fight Kokobile and hold off Valley, right? That looked impressive. If you could actually call that thing at will, I might just have to use Sage Mode and actually try to fight. So you're just being a dick now. Is that what you're doing? Naruto's objective douchery aside, you should be focusing on achieving your balance breaker and realizing the full potential of your sacred gear. Azazel said, the moment you reach that power, you'll gain a trump card that can continue to grow and evolve with your growth. If we want to keep up with the fights ahead, you'll need to reach that power. Naruto hummed before looking down at his arm. He looked back up and saw Azazel watching him carefully. What? You wanna have one of your own too, don't you? No I don't. Yes you do. Shut up Kurama. The blonde quickly shrugged, so I'm interested, what of it? Can I even have one when it's a sacred gear you created? I have absolutely no idea if it can do that. But if it does then you will tell me the moment it does. Azazel demanded with a grin, if you achieve balance breaker with a sacred gear I created then I'll get to lord it over everyone. Literally everyone. So if I ever do achieve balance breaker with this thing, which might not even be possible, you get an even bigger inflated ego. The blonde slumped in disappointment. Well that's a disappointment. Don't be a baby. Hey, Issei, the fallen angel turned his attention back to the brunette. I got something to give you. Been meaning to see if it had any effect with you for a while but I couldn't hand it over during training. What is it? Issei held out his hand and accepted what Azazel passed over. When he pulled back he examined the shard of blue crystal in his palm. What the hell? This looks like a crystal from boosted gear. Is this a piece of the divine dividing that came off of Valley during yours and Naruto's fight with him? I thought you'd like to keep it as a memento of your first fight with your eternal foe and ultimate rival. He shrugged, or maybe you can glean something off it to help you with your balance breaker. So, just a shiny blue rock. And you're dumping it on me, aren't you? Pretty much. Azazel laughed while Issei floundered and Naruto rolled his eyes. The fallen angel waved his hand. Come on, everyone else is probably waiting. Quite the light show you two were putting on. The two pawns rejoined the others as they had finished their training. They noticed the rougher condition Issei was compared to Naruto as Akeno noted, goodness, did you have to be so mean to Issei-kun? He looks like he was put through the ringer. It's okay, Issei said with a smile. I'm actually glad Naruto-senpai is willing to fight me like that. It hurts like a bitch but real combat experience is always a win. Here, Issei-san, Asia ran up to his side as her twilight healing basked his bruises in a green glow. I'll fix your injuries as quickly as possible. Is this how devils train in their free time? The group looked up and saw Irina descend from the balcony high above to join them. She avoided taking the stairs and instead flew down with a pair of beautiful, glistening white wings extended from her back. Zenobia followed after, lowering herself with her crooked black wings. It was amazing. It was like watching the new angels train with the seraphs. Well, we have a raiding game coming up, Rias said. This is the least we can do in order to prepare ourselves for the fight. Azazel grinned and laughed, and that's why it'll be such a delight to see you kids in the raiding games. I think I can count on one hand the number of devils who actually train and push themselves. Most of them just rely on their natural power. Issei blanked. Sorry. Does that mean all the other devils we've seen so far are just that strong from the get-go? Pretty much. Azazel shrugged. Not to say the strongest of all haven't spent some time honing their techniques and strengths, but most have a strength they were born with, and that has been enough for them to live by. The fallen angel eyes narrowed suspiciously, which makes it quite the surprise that Diodera has had such a surprising performance in his recent showings. He might have had some special training, or it could be something else. So we just keep training and we'll totally overwhelm the competition, right? Naruto said with a grin and crack of his knuckles. The others shared his confidence and nodded. We keep developing our skills and show them what a little elbow grease can do. I didn't spend my whole life developing my techniques just to lose to people who couldn't even get off their asses. Technique. Naruto blinked and looked over at Azazel. What was that? Your technique. It's a good one and will definitely put people that underestimate you in their place. Yeah, I know, but why did you say it like that? Because you said it wrong. Azazel clarified. You don't have a bunch of techniques. You only have the one. That blue orb thing. It's cool and very versatile, but it's just one. It's not. The blonde chuckled while shaking his head. I have, like, dozen versions of the Rasengan I can use in battle. That's dozens of different attacks and skills. No. Azazel sternly shook his head. It's just one. Like I said, it's a good one, but it's still just one. The fallen angel summoned a spear of light into his hand that floated over his palm. This is one of my techniques. I can change its shape and size, but that doesn't really make it a brand new attack. See where I'm going with this? Very clear illustration of what I'm trying to get across. What are you taking about? Naruto nervously laughed as he looked around at his friends. Can you believe him? Always talking about stupid shit and. He paused and looked around at the peerage, but felt his belly twist when he saw them avoid direct eye contact. Wait, are you serious? Do you think so too? Well. Yes. Akino nodded. Your attack is powerful, but making it bigger and putting a blade around it barely counts as a massive division from its base form. Akino. Sorry Bucho, but if we don't tell him he'll never learn. He just completed his demonic power training and the first thing he did was incorporate it into his ball attack. He has a problem and we need to help him. I can't believe this. Remote looper appeared on his arm as Naruto snarled. Kurama, tell all of them they're wrong. All the Rasengan techniques are all their own individual and capable attacks and skills. Well, uniqueness is a harder thing to accomplish than people believe. What the fuck are you tiptoeing around the subject? When the fuck haven't you been as brash as possible and spoken your mind? Well, it's never been a subject as personal and delicate as this. How is this delicate? It was one of the first techniques you ever learned. You were so proud of it. How was I supposed to tell you it was getting a little? What was it? Excessive, okay. It was excessive. I mean each and every time it was something with the Rasengan. It's special to you and something from your father I know, but there are other shapes in the world. Is it too much to ask to hit someone with a cube? Or a cone? Naruto lowered his arm, staring ahead blankly as his words danced on his tongue. Unable to form his sentence, he shook his head and slowly broke away from the group. He made his way up the stairs and entered the elevator in stunned silence, leaving everyone else on the ground floor. Azazel hummed, I meant that as a playful jab at first, but I might have ended up fucking his brain. Oops. Rias glared, this is why I hate you. Devil. It feels so good. Irina stretched out her limbs and moaned while feeling completely engulfed in the steaming hot water of the bathhouse of the hotel. The chestnut-haired girl sighed contentedly as she leaned further into the bath, crossing her arms beneath her large breasts and making them float on the water as her hard splayed out around her. This is a proper bathhouse, just like I remember taking when I was younger. This is much better than the one we took when we first came to town, right Zenobia? If this is what one of these is supposed to feel like, then I was sorely undersold during our first attempt. The blue-haired warrior was not slumped into the water, but she did have a blissful expression on her face as her skin started to flush from the heat. She crossed one smooth leg over the other as she sat on the edge of the bath. This might be one of those splurges Azazel went for that is totally justified. This is my first time in a bathhouse like this. Asia raised her arms and watched the crystal clear water wash off her limbs. It's so serene and peaceful. I wish I had realized how wonderful these places were before so I could visit them more often. If you like it so much I can wash your back for you, Asia-senpai. Kaneko offered, opening her eyes after soaking in the water enough to be lightheaded. She sat up beside the other girls. You can wash yourself over there by the faucets, but when you come with friends you can take time to help each other clean up. Really? Asia beamed a smile. Thank you so much Kaneko-chan. No biggie. The freshman said with a slightly flushed face. Is that really a custom here? I think so. Irina answered with uncertainty. She looked up and saw Zenovia's unimpressed expression before the angel pouted. Hey, it's been a long time since I was in a proper one of these. And I was just a little kid back then. I was more impressed with looking around and playing in the water than actually taking the bath. You peed standing up and you hated baths. Zenovia shook her head. You continue to shock me with the stories of your youth Irina. Zenovia. For someone who always made comments about me and how feminine I was, it sounds like you could use some guidance as well. The blue-haired woman said, taking some silent enjoyment at the shock and dismay on Irina's face at her jibbing. That knight looked over her shoulder. Perhaps they could give us some lessons on acting like proper ladies. Irina pulled herself up to the side and watched with envy. I don't think we could ever match them. Sitting together by the faucets were two incomparable beauties who were washing their bodies with warm water and soap. Akino had her hair out of its signature ponytail and nearly rolled out onto the wet ground. Rias let out a content sigh as she ran her sponge over her arms, leaving a trail of bubbles behind with her crimson hair matted to their backs. The two older women were having a casual chat as they washed themselves. The other girls couldn't look away. The sheer perfection and grace of their skin. Their bodies that looked like the ideal form and shape going from the bottom of their legs and traveling all the way up their hips and waists. And somehow the practiced way they could do everything they were doing while ignoring the massive obstacles that protruded from their chests. Wow, Asia muttered with red cheeks, they're so big. I wish mine were like that. Issei-san would be so happy then. Do you think they had to do something special to get like that? Irina queried while hiding most of her red face in the water. They look like they could be models for great pieces of art or even sculptures. Just so beautiful I couldn't even begin to describe them. They truly are enviable for those forms. Zenovia noted, I wonder what it would be like to have bodies even somewhat close to theirs. Kaneko's eyes twitched irritably as she glared at the larger breasts of all three holy girls coveting the sight of the two seniors' forms. You fucking serious right now? Ah, that was nice. Ria's voice carried as she and Akino finished washing up and came to join them in the bath. Both girls sighed with delight before Rias looked at the others. What were you talking about? Just lamenting about the clear and unfair gap between the development of humans and devils. Zenovia quickly answered, and along that same vein can we expect to keep growing now that we're devils? I don't see why you're so eager, Zenovia-chan. Akino giggled before flinching and rubbing her shoulders, causing her massive breasts to bounce uncontrollably. These things can be quite a hassle sometimes. I can't remember the last time my shoulders and back didn't ache so badly. She's right. I'm guessing you all have that too, right? Zenovia nodded, I suppose so. Irina nervously laughed, they do get in the way sometimes. Asia shyly added in, I do have some problems as well. Sometimes. My shoulders don't hurt and my back is totally fine. Kaneko stated, her voice flat and completely devoid of emotion as she spoke with lifeless eyes, I guess I win. Hooray. Hee hee, How about we change the subject to something else? Rias suggested before looking to her blonde bishop, Asia. How are you handling this supposed marriage proposal? I'm not sure how to feel, to be honest. The lovely golden-haired girl's face fell as she looked down and stared at the bath water. I never expected to see the devil I helped so long ago. I'm happy that he was able to live a fruitful life, and I'm honored that he feels the need to thank me for my help. But the idea of marrying him, it just doesn't seem right. Even if I did want to, which I don't. But if I did, I'd just be reminded of what happened after you helped him. Asia hung her head but sadly nodded as the other looked on at their friend with looks of sympathy. Rias asked, what did Issei have to say about all of this? I mean, I know he hates it because he's quite adamant on never letting Deidara near you, but what did he have to say to you? Issei-san said I didn't have to entertain the idea of marrying. Well, his word choice to describe Deidara-san was more colorful than I'd like to repeat, but he told me I didn't have to feel obligated to him or anyone. He said my life is filled with the choices I want to make and I can do whatever I want. Asia's show of hope and joy then faltered as she looked down. He also said that I shouldn't be happy with just anyone. He said I would find the person who would make me the happiest in the world, and until then he'd watch over me until I was ready. It's okay, Asia-chan. Akino consoled the younger girl by sliding over to her side and cradling her head against her shoulder. Issei-kun can be so sweet and yet so oblivious sometimes. It's true, Asia-senpai. Kaneko nodded. Give Issei-senpai some time and I'm sure he'll come around. He's a doofus, but he cares a lot about you. I know. Asia sniffled and wiped her eyes before smiling. Thank you. Just wait. Rias affectionately reached out and pulled a strand of blonde hair off the younger girl's face before tucking it behind her ear. Your dream about a happy and romantic life will come true soon enough. And you can take her word on that. Zenobia added, out of everyone here, Rias Bucho is the only one with a fully realized relationship. The other girls nodded and hummed in agreement as Rias' face heated up. Why is that suddenly coming up? We were talking about Asia's happiness and love life a second ago. It's okay, Bucho-san. Asia wiped the tear from her eye and showed a dazzling smile. Don't let me bring down the mood. Please tell us about how you and Naruto-san are doing. Asia, don't make me feel guilty and then innocently turn the barrel towards me. Rias floundered, uncharacteristically nervous as the other girls looked to her for juicy stories and tales about her love life. The king shuffled in place uncomfortable before looking up aimlessly. There really isn't much I can say. We've watched some movies and shows together. We come down and have dinner here where there's a nice restaurant to eat at. I help him keep the ramen shop up to code and we're going to be studying. Yeah, but what about the romantic stuff? Irina bounced in place with excitement. I mean, you hold hands and hug, right? What about kissing? And touching each other? A small pair of wings extended from her back but faltered between white and black. You're devils, and people of age, so I was expecting something a little riskier. Indeed. Zenobia nodded in agreement. As the one who told me that devils indulge in their desires and do what they want, you're not exactly seeing that through to fruition. From what you've said, even I've gotten farther with Naruto than you have. Rias' eyes narrowed as the others slowly turned and looked up at the swordswoman in shock. After I was reincarnated as a devil and was still trying to understand what I was supposed to do, I grabbed Naruto's penis and propositioned to have sex with him. Zenobia. Oh dear. Akino looked slightly surprised by what she was hearing as Kaneko became frozen like a statue. The knight nodded, yes, but he yanked my hand away and told me never to do that again. To be honest, Rias Bucho, when I told you about that before I expected you to retaliate with something as or even more. Stop. Rias squawked as her face continued to heat up. She had multiple gazes focused squarely on her as she whispered, we have done other things together. We've kissed rather heavily and touched each other. And one time Rias gulped as she remembered the time her hand was firmly around his member as his hands kneaded and sunk into her breasts. She gulped. We were really close to doing something. Well, I'm not sure what would have happened, but we were interrupted. What happened? Akino asked with piqued interest. I've never seen you back off from anything you've wanted. I can't imagine what could make you stop. My brother, father, and Grafia were knocking at our door wanting to take us to dinner. You got clam jammed. Yes, I know, Kaneko. Thank you. What else? What else has happened? The Gremory heiress leaned back uncomfortably as her friends pushed for more. She had to wonder how Naruto was doing on the boy side. Devil. Naruto stared ahead blankly as he continued to scrub a single part of his arm. There's the base version. Then I made it slightly bigger. Then I made it much bigger. Then I added a shuriken. Then I made the shuriken bigger. Okay, so far so good. After that, Yuto watched his senior. He might be taking what we said a little too close to heart. That knight had only meant to provide his friend and colleague some constructive criticism about his range of attacks along with the others, but instead had apparently shaken the ninja to his very core. The Rasengan technique was obviously very special to him, and he had been adamant on developing and enhancing it. But now he seemed to realize just how much time and effort he spent into developing his first technique further than anything else. The handsome blonde looked to his side. Gasper-kun, do you think there's some way for us to cheer Naruto-san up? Awa tilde. The younger boy looked dizzy and red-faced as he sat in the hot water of the bath. Yuto-senpai, my vision is getting all blurry. I don't think I'm used to staying in a bath this hot for this long. Gasper's head rolled around on his shoulders. I think I'm going to pass out. Then you should probably get out now. The damp peer nodded and shyly stood out of the bath, clutching his towel to his tiny body in embarrassment. The blonde then looked to the side. Issei-kun. Okay DxD, do it. Boost. Issei covered his eyes with the fingers of his gauntlet as he stared at the wall. He stood like that for several seconds before growling, damn it. DxD, I thought I could look through the wall to the girl's bath but my vision just zoomed in on the tiles. We're stronger now, I thought I'd at least have X-ray vision if we tried. Don't blame this on me. Do you have any idea how demeaning it is to have to use my power to help you peep and perv on the opposite sex? I'm a dragon for fuck's sake. And I'm your host. I'm trying to draw out the depths of your powers and this is how I do it. By satiating your lust and indulging your rampant libido's desires. Damn straight. Ah. Kiba, best not to look to them for advice or solidarity. The knight looked over to Azazel as the fallen angel leaned back in the bath. His body was very well developed from centuries to millennia of battle and nary a scar to blemish it. One of his arm ended in a stump after he had taken off his robotic prosthetic to enter the bath. They're a tad bit preoccupied in getting their own matters together to focus on anything else right now. I can understand that. But their matters are pointless and a total waste of time. The older man laughed. Yeah, most matters are, but for the ones pursuing them there's nothing more important in this world. Issei. I don't think you're going to crack being able to peer through solid objects just yet. And no, just because we own the place doesn't mean you can punch a hole through the wall and fix it later. The Governor General waved him over to join them in the bath. Issei frowned but decided to call it quits for now. The pervert made his way over and joined them, but you're going to have to tell me when you finally get X-ray vision, because I call a turn looking through the walls next. Azazel-sensei. Issei nearly wept with joy. You're the only one that understands the necessity of what I do. There is no necessity. Millions of years of human development to control your basic urges and instincts from taking hold of every decision you make, and it's all thrown out the window the second blood rushes downward. Now, there's no need to whine about it DxD. This isn't whining. This is genuine concern that my host has no ability to control the desires of his penis. That's not exclusive to him. Azazel assured with an amused chuckle before regarding Issei properly, but there's something interesting you brought up early. I'm glad to hear that you want to draw out more of DxD's strength for the future. Might you be thinking about your future battles and how you can improve? Well, kinda, I guess. The pawn sounded uncertain. I mean, I'm not doing so great at the moment in my battles. And I'm trying to motivate myself to get stronger for the future, so well. Punching Diodara Astaroth must be your greatest desire at the moment, right Issei-kun? Well, when you say it like that I feel like a tool. The brunette admitted in guilt, even as his expression turned into a frown, but I can't say that isn't on my mind right now. I mean the way he just walks up to her and says he'll give her everything in life. After being the cause of it all getting taken away in the first place. How the fuck am I supposed to just take that sitting? He's certainly got you riled up. He's in Asia's head too. Issei seethed. He's got her worried and fretting everything. You think it's Diadera that has her worried? Yeah. Issei blinked. Who else would it be? Hopefully you'll find out. Azazel chuckled as Yudo sighed. You know Issei, you're allowed to be selfish and stake your claim if you want. I'm sure some people would prefer that actually. What? Never mind. And since I'm on the topic of giving out romantic advice. Naruto. Come over here and I'll tell you every skill and technique I've ever learned so you can become the most capable and amazing lover the world has ever known. Itachi's weird substitute. Then I spent what equals years training with the Nature Edition. Then I used it on that weird Akatsuki member. Then I beat Pain with, oh man how many times did I use them on Pain? He's still busy. Oh well, I guess I'll keep those secrets for another day. Azazel stretched out his arm before standing out of the bath, flipping his towel over his shoulder as he walked naked up to the exit. I think it's time for me to get out. You're finished. Well, I promised I'd meet with an old friend of mine a little later, and it'd be rude for me not to prepare for his arrival. You kids can spend the night in some of the rooms if you want. Azazel waved them off. See ya later. Devil. Naruto made his way up to his room in contemplative silence. He sighed as he shook his head. Okay, so I might have put a little too much of my time into developing all those versions of the Rasengan, but they were helpful in the end. Think about all our fights and battles they helped us win in a clutch. So there's no way what they said actually means anything. Naruto. You have been thinking about this non-stop, over and over, for hours. It's night now and you're still thinking about it. Now you can keep trying to convince me and yourself that this isn't affecting you, but when you do something for the better part of a day because they got in your head and you try to say they aren't, that's called denial. And if you're trying to deny it so hard, do you know what that means? That they may have a point. That they may have a fucking point. Thank you. Can you get over it now? Geez, you're riled up. Calm down. Naruto walked into his room, dropping back into his bed and feeling his bedmate's body settle beside his. You made it sound like I'm the one going delirious, but you sound like you're going to lose your marbles any moment now. Hey Pot, I'm Kettle, and that's not Rias. Say what? Naruto looked over to see the sea foam eyes of his girlfriend he had gotten so used to, but instead found himself looking into a pair of brown eyes instead. I'll be honest, I didn't think you'd get in bed while I was in it. Xenovia. Naruto leapt out of bed and watched the blue-haired girl lift herself up and rub her eyes clear. He noticed she had changed into her sleepwear for the night, a simple t-shirt and some short shorts for her comfort. When she finally blinked and got the sand out of her eyes, she looked up at his frown. What are you doing in my room? Azazel extended the offer for us to stay the night and a few of us took it up. He did. He did. Once again you didn't hear because I was in my own head. I get it. You're a broken record sometimes, you know that. The blonde sighed and then looked to the younger girl again. So why did you come in here? I wanted to speak with you and Rias Bucho. Xenovia reached down beside the bed and pulled up a deck of cards. I've slept along with other people before during missions, but I think this is the first time I'm taking part in a sleepover. We've trained and bathed, so I thought playing a card game would be a good way of rounding out the day. She looked up at Naruto. I was waiting in this room and started dozing off because the bed was really comfortable. Are you a battle-hardened warrior from the church, or just a little kid excited because she's finally spending the night somewhere else? Because at the moment it looked like she was the latter. Hey, how did you even know this was my room? She led me here. Naruto followed Xenovia's point and looked back at a large comfy chair that Kaneko was snuggled into. She was dressed in her little pink pajamas, and her ears and tail were extended as well. Naruto rolled his eyes and knelt down to poke her shoulder. Hey, time to wake up. Naiha. The freshman blearily opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy before she looked over to the whiskered blonde. Oh, hey senpai. Did I sleep here all night? No, it's still night. But you need to get up so, hey. Naruto reeled back as her arms circled around his neck and pulled herself closer to him. He tried to lift himself up but Kaneko was dragged along as well, forcing him to cradle her legs and hold her up. And what are you doing now? I'm tired. She mumbled, take me to bed. That can be misinterpreted very easily. It's just Xenovia with us, but if someone else heard that, it might be bad. Naruto's eyes glazed over as he slowly looked over and saw Ria standing in the doorway in her sleeping wear. The crimson-haired woman looked unamused, slowly turning around and surveying the room properly to see her boyfriend, Kaneko curled into his chest, and Zenobia casually flipping through her cards on their bed. She turned back to look at the blonde male. What's happening? Zenobia wants to play cards like a sleepover and Kaneko won't let go of me. Figured. Rias stepped up and gently nudged Kaneko's shoulder. Kaneko, it's time to wake up. We have to get you to your bed. Her eyes barely peeled open. Can't I get in that one? No, that's mine and Naruto's. I know. I don't think you do. Bucho. Kaneko finally forced herself awake and pulled her legs out of Naruto's embrace to lower herself to the ground. I don't think it's fair that you're monopolizing all of Naruto-senpai's sleep time. What? Rias reeled back before frowning. And what exactly are you suggesting, young lady? I want to join him in bed too. No. Rias argued, he's my boyfriend. Why'd you think I'd let that happen? I was going to ask Naruto-senpai. It's his choice. Kaneko, you already take Naruto's lap whenever he's sitting down. I'm not letting you take the bed too. Well, I think we should ask him. Fine. Naruto, where'd he go? He left after your discussion started to get heated. Zenobia said, on the ground as she held up her cards. Shall we play a game now? I hear Old Maid is a classic for sleepovers. Quick question, how do we play it? Rias and Kaneko blankly stared between each other before looking back at the hopeful expression in Zenobia's eyes. Devil. Naruto felt kind of guilty slipping away while Rias and Kaneko were arguing, but he was the cause of the argument and if he was pulled into it later he wasn't sure how he'd manage. So he slipped away and was making his way down the stairs. Do you think they'll be alright? If you were actually worried you'd still be back there helping them work things out instead of saving your own ass. Naruto grumbled but begrudgingly surrendered the point to the fox. I'll be honest, I never thought the day would come where you'd have someone vying to sleep in your bed, let alone multiples at once. I'm not going to probe further into that and figure out if that was an insult. The pawn snarled as he made his way down the stairs, so for now we might as well see if there's a bed for us. Stop. Naruto froze. What is it? This floor, something's off about this place. Naruto looked over to the door leading out to the rest of the floor. He hesitated before stepping up and walking through the door. What is it? I don't know. There's something wrong with this floor. Should I get into sage mode and see if there's something in one of the rooms? No, I mean the whole floor. This entire story feels off. It isn't like the devils or angels or even the god. This feels weird. Naruto slowly stepped forward, wary off every door and space he couldn't see. His eyes were heightened by his devil senses and he could see in the dark but, why were the shadows still so prevalent? Why did they seem so heavy? The blonde paused in place when he felt a presence behind him. He slowly turned back to see a black canine standing in the hallway he had just walked through. He had seen dogs with fur as dark as night, but this one looked like the night had taken the form of a dog instead. Its unnatural glowing eyes regarded Naruto solely and tilted its head as its ears flopped to the side. Hello there. Naruto made sure his movements were slow and deliberate, to not scare off the creature. I'm not sure how you got in here, but I'm not totally sure what the policy here is about pets. Do you want to come with me and... Grr. The beast growled and lifted itself up. It slowly stalked forward, Naruto watching in shock as the canine grew in size and its fur became more pronounced and sharper in style. Its teeth almost looked like blades as it prowled towards the devil. Okay. Naruto took up his stance, remote looper on his arm as he prepared to attack the beast. Definitely don't think you're allowed in here. Jin. The black dog calmed down so quickly that it was almost unsettling. His fur softened and his body shrunk down to the size of a regular dog. Naruto blinked as the canine turned around and regarded the young man that walked out of the room. The man looked to be slightly older than him, and patted the dog on the head before looking his way. Oh, hello. Hi. Naruto fell out of his fighting stance and coughed. Is that your dog? Oh yeah, he's my partner. His name is Jin. Does Jin normally appear out of shadows and grow in size to growl ferociously? Yes he does, but only around people he doesn't know. The young man then turned back to the room he came from. Azazel. Yeah, what was it? The governor general poked his head out and spotted his associate talking with the young devil. He smiled. Oh hey, you've met each other. Awesome. This is Naruto Uzumaki, the devil from the other world I was telling you about. He's a lot of fun to toy and mess around with. Standing right here, you fuck. Naruto, this is an old friend and informant of mine. Meat/dog. Tobio Ikus. The man quickly corrected, that's my name. Not the wannabe superhero moniker he saddled me with. What's wrong with the name? I think it suits you very well. I bet if you used that name instead of your boring one you'd get a lot more attention with the ladies. Hey, don't start with that stuff again. Tobio sighed and looked up in time to see Naruto's sympathetic expression. The older boy stepped up and offered his hand. Glad to see I've got another suffering the same torment. Naruto chuckled and shook his hand. Just weird to find out it isn't just us he messes with. The two men stepped away before Naruto looked back down at the black dog. It seemed to have lost interest and was just licking his paw by his partner's side. So what's with your dog if you don't mind me asking? I mean I've never gotten along with them well, but yours seems a lot different. Oh sorry, I'm surrounded by people who normally already know about Jin so I get too used to him. He's my sacred gear. Tobio had a small laugh at the wide-eyed expression Naruto showed. He's an independent avatar type, which means he doesn't need me to summon or control him constantly. We work in tandem and are connected, but if he wants to stay out here and sleep while I'm talking then he can. Is that an option? Naruto's sacred gear appeared on his arm as the buttons flashed orange, because I demand emancipation right now. I've been stuck in other people for nearly a century. I wanna be able to stretch my legs. This is my sacred gear and the Biju that possesses it, Kurama. Naruto dryly said after his partner's outburst. Naruto looked back down at the dog that yawned and scratched his ear. So if this dog can be separate from you, is he always that powerful? He should be. He's one of the Longinus. Tobio chuckled and Azazel nodded when the blonde looked at him. Yep, just like Issei's boosted gear and Valley's divine dividing. Jin and Tobio here are capable of killing the Lord with their combined power. Of course you'll never see him actually try that. I'm not looking to fight gods, but I'm willing to help Azazel here gather his information when he needs it. That's cool, but why him? 'Cause. Naruto pointed at the fallen angel, him. I owe him for helping me and my friends out a lot when we were younger. It was a big debt and unfortunately it hasn't been fulfilled yet. Ah, you love me. Azazel pulled him in by the shoulder and squeezed before pointing back at the room. This is his permanent personal room. As long as this place is open he always has a home here. Speaking of which, why are you down here? Trouble in the bedroom. Naruto raised his hand when he saw Azazel's expression brighten. Not what you think. Zenobia wants to play a card game and Kaneko wants to sleep in the bed and Rias is annoyed. Azazel smirked. So it's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. The blonde rolled his eyes. Well you should tell the girls to get their rest, and you should follow after them. What/dog? Tobio just told me is leaving me a little concerned. Apparently there are some serious movements being made in the shadows. Azazel's demeanor changed from its constant playful, easygoing lightness as he spoke firmly. A lot of players and powers are staying low and moving quickly. By themselves it wouldn't be a problem, but if they're coming together. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Chaos Brigade. That's right. The biggest threat to the peace we're trying to broker right now. If they're gathering, and if they make a move anytime soon, we'll be in trouble. Omake. Covet the throne. I win senpai. Kaneko bragged in her soft, toneless voice. She and Zenobia watched as her character cheered and taunted over that knight's beaten body. That's 10-0. Damn, Zenobia grumbled, her eyes twitching as she furiously gripped the controller in her hands. She refused to surrender just yet. Another match. In a second. Kaneko stood out of Naruto's lap, the blonde having sat in total silence during their entire match. The freshman stretched and made her way out of the room. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Zenobia watched the Rook exit and stared at the screen for a few seconds. The former church warrior secretly looked over to the seated blonde and then down at his lap. She quietly stood up, made her way over, and whispered, Naruto, is it alright if I take a turn sitting on your lap? That wasn't a no, so I'm going in. Zenobia dropped down into his lap. The blue-haired beauty sat there in silence, shuffling around in her seat and trying to get comfy. It took her a little bit of maneuvering, but she was almost there. She just had to find the most optimal seating arrangement with the thing in the middle. So far I don't think I see what Kaneko finds so appealing about sitting. Zenobia. She leapt up in fright as Rias appeared in the doorway. The king's face was red with anger as she marched over. Why are you sitting in his lap? I wanted to see what Kaneko liked so much about sitting in his lap. So you did it too. She fumed and pouted in silence. That's it. I'm not letting anyone else take his lap. If anything, that is my seat. The Gremory heiress stepped up and dropped down in Naruto's lap instead. She indignantly crossed her arms. I'm not moving from this spot. I'm back. Kaneko re-entered. Zenobia senpai, if you still want that rematch, I'm willing to. Bucho. The young Nekomata frowned and stepped up. Bucho, that's my seat. Give it back. No. It's my seat now. I called senpai's lap forever. Well, I'm taking it now and you can't change that. To be honest, I'm not really seeing the appeal of sitting in a lap. Zenobia admitted with a tilted head. Perhaps it depends on whose lap you sit in. What do you? Hey. Rias squeaked as Zenobia dropped down in her lap instead. Zenobia, what are you doing? Testing a theory. The blue-haired girl reached over and pulled Kaneko down to sit in her lap as well. All three of them were seated atop each other with the blonde man at the bottom before Zenobia asked, Kaneko, what do you think? I hate this. I want Naruto-senpai's lap back. I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to get for sitting in a lap. And I'm not moving from this spot. You understand, right, Naruto? Naruto. All three girls looked back and found the blonde's face had gone deathly pale and unresponsive. They slowly stood up and poked him in the cheek. I think we killed him. Bucho, I think your big butt did the deed. I didn't do it. And my butt isn't that big. Rias noticed them leaning back and looking at her backside. Don't measure it. Did we cut off the blood flow to his legs? Was it too much weight at one time? Should we do something? Ah. Naruto lurched forward and the three girls jumped back in fright. The blonde's eyes rapidly shot around as he gasped for breath. How long have I been out? Don't know. You monsters. Let me stretch my fucking legs. He tried to lift himself up but planted into the ground. Pins. Pins and needles. After that, Naruto demanded that if anyone tried to sit on his lap, they'd moderate the time only long enough that he didn't lose feeling in his legs. They were not happy about that rule. He did not care.